Chapter 737. The peaceful days of building the island base didn't continue. The change finally occurred 3 days after Narvel left with a large transport magic ship. Sir Leslie, we found the Camla Empire's fleet 10 kilometers to the northwest. Based on the direction, they should be heading this way. Hearing the report from his subordinate, Leslie considered it and didn't do anything else. He just had the ships of the guard fleet prepare to fight and silently wait for the Camla Empire's fleet to arrive. This was a situation that they had already expected. They had to be in the southern seas of the Camla Empire. If the Camla Empire's navy didn't receive any news after all these days and didn't react at all, it meant that the Camla Empire's navy wasn't a problem at all. As it turned out, although their reaction was still a little slow, they still made the expected reaction. For the new flyer, if they wanted to establish a foothold in these seas, they had to face the Camla Empire's navy. The guard fleet could run, but the island couldn't. After around half an hour, the fleet with the aura of the Camla Empire appeared on the northwest seas. When he saw this fleet, the stone in Leslie's heart fell down. This fleet only had around 30 ships, and there were only 2 Thunderclap-grade royal warships. Compared to the third fleet that the new Flyers Guard fleet had met the Camla Empire's royal fleet the first time, it was much worse. The Camla Empire's navy had clearly received the news and had a certain understanding of the strength of the new Flyers Guard fleet, but they only sent such a small fleet. Unless their commander was an idiot, they definitely weren't prepared to clash with a new Flyers Guard fleet. As expected, when Leslie let them approach, the Camla Empire's fleet stopped when they were 1,000 meters away from the new Flyers Guard fleet. Only the Thunderclap-grade royal warship at the front came over. This Thunder-class Royal Navy warship approached while waving flag signals through the observation tower on the mast above. Although every sea region in the Endless Ocean had a slightly different flag language, there were some flag languages that could be used. For example, the flag signal of the Thunderbolt-class Royal Navy warship was very simple and clear. It was a sign of peace and friendliness, indicating that there would be no conflict. Leslie put down the binoculars and ordered his flagship to move forward. The 2 ships moved side by side in the middle of the sea between the 2 fleets, and the sides of the 2 ships approached each other in a parallel state. Leslie came to the side of the ship and looked over. He saw a middle-aged man wearing the uniform of the Camla Empire Royal Navy looking over. Their eyes met, and Leslie saw that the middle-aged man had a faint smile on his face. His eyes were gentle, and he clearly didn't have any hostility, so he relaxed. "If I'm not wrong, you should be the commander of the new Flyers fleet, Sir Leslie, right?" The distance between the 2 ships was less than 20 meters. That middle-aged man only needed to slightly raise his voice, and Leslie could clearly hear him. Leslie was a bit surprised, never thinking that the other side would recognize him with a single glance. From this, it could be seen that the other party had come prepared. They must have done some research on a new Flyers fleet. "That's right, I am Leslie. May I ask which Sir of the Camla Empire's fleet is on the other side?" The middle-aged man revealed a faint smile. "I am Remito Russell. I think that Sir Leslie should have heard of my name from Chairman Sue." Leslie couldn't help relaxing. Of course, he had heard Sue mention this name before. Remito Russell was the Vice Chief of Staff of the Camla Empire's Navy. He was an important person in the Camla Empire's Navy. Compared to the Vice Commander of the Third Fleet, his position was much higher. Leslie never would have thought that this important person would come all the way from the Camla Empire. "Sir Russell, I am very honored to meet you. Sir Chairman mentioned your name to me and said that you are a good friend of our new flyer. He told me to send his regards to you if I had the chance to see you again." Russell slightly narrowed his eyes, and a thought-provoking smile appeared on his face. Sue, he had Leslie send his regards to him? Could it be that he already knew that he would come looking for the new Flyers Guard fleet? Chairman Sue is too courteous. I went to your new flyer to meet Chairman Sue, and we had a good chat. I am very interested in your new Flyers Guard fleet, and now that I heard that your new Flyers Guard fleet seemed to be doing something, I couldn't help being curious and wanted to come take a look. Sir Leslie, you wouldn't think that I came too abruptly, right? Leslie laughed loudly. Of course not. Being able to receive Sir Russell's attention is my honor. Sir Russell, if you're really interested, how about you come with us to the island in front of us, and I'll show you what we're doing." Russell was stunned. He never thought that Leslie would take the initiative to bring him there. After thinking for a bit, he wasn't polite and nodded for Leslie to lead the way. Then he brought the Thunderclap grade royal ship he was sitting on and followed Leslie's ship to the pirates in the distance. In just a few days, other than some simple houses, there wasn't anything else built on the island. But when Russell asked about this, Leslie confidently told Russell about the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's plan to develop this island. "Sir Russell, look, our company will first build a deep water pier here. That way, our guard fleet can rest here in the future. At the same time, it will make it easier for the company to transport all kinds of goods. If we want to do something on this island, we have to build a pier. However, Sir Leslie, with the size of your new Flyers Guard ships and transport ships, this pier can't be too small," Russell said with a nod. Leslie looked at Russell and found that there wasn't any strange expression on his face. It was like he was having a normal conversation with him. This made him feel a bit strange. Normally speaking, this sea area was to the south of the Camla Empire. For the Camla Empire that considered itself a large empire, this sea area was like their back garden. Now that the new flyer had come here with the intention of taking over this island, with the Camla Empire style, they should have directly chased the new flyer away. However, Russell didn't have any intentions of doing this. It was like he was silently agreeing with the new flyer's actions. Thinking of this, Leslie couldn't help secretly being surprised. It was no wonder he was so confident in developing the islands in this area. Could it be that when he met Russell last time, he had secretly reached an agreement? But if it really was like this, why didn't he tell him? There weren't many things on the island, so naturally there wasn't much to see. In less than half an hour, Russell had already finished his tour of the island and finished listening to Leslie's explanation. But of course, Russell didn't turn around and leave. Instead, after chatting with Leslie for a bit, he gave a meaningful look to his subordinates, and they left. Leslie immediately understood and nodded to the subordinates beside him. When all his subordinates left, Russell looked at Leslie again. After thinking for a bit, he said with a serious expression, "Sir Leslie, everyone here is an understanding person, so I won't waste words. I came this time to ask your new Flyers Guard fleet for help." "Help?" Leslie was a bit surprised. "Sir Russell, please speak. If there's anything you can use our guard fleet for, we will definitely do our best." Russell nodded and continued. "According to the information from various sources, your new Flyers Guard fleet is very strong on the sea. It just so happens that our Empire's Navy, we've met a bit of trouble and need some help. If you're willing to help, I can represent the Empire's Navy to give your new Flyers Guard fleet a bit of autonomy in this sea area. For example, I can act like I don't know about this island. Do you understand what I mean?" Leslie took a deep look at Russell, but he wasn't in a rush to reply. He didn't believe that the Camla Empire's Navy would meet a problem they couldn't solve and would need to ask the new Flyers Guard fleet for help. Even if the new Flyers Guard fleet was very strong, with the strength of the Camla Empire's Navy, what kind of problem could they not solve in this sea area? But Russell had specifically asked the new Flyers Guard fleet for help, and even gave a very tempting condition. This was a bit thought-provoking. After seriously considering it for a bit, Leslie thought of the words he mentioned in his letter and made his decision. "Sir Russell, may I ask what kind of help you need from us?" Leslie asked. According to the latest information we received, there are many pirate groups in the nearby seas, and it's said that they came from the eastern seas. Our Navy's fleet has been a bit difficult to deal with these pirates, and it's hard to completely eliminate them. So we need to borrow the strength of your new Flyers Guard fleet. According to what I know, your new Flyers Guard fleet has always spared no effort in fighting pirates. So I think there's a possibility of us working together." Russell explained. Working together to fight pirates. Leslie was a bit surprised, but he understood after thinking about it. This was right. If it wasn't for working together to fight pirates, why would the powerful Camla Empire's Navy come to work with the company's guard fleet? After thinking about it, Leslie said with a nod, "All right, Sir Russell, I represent the new Flyers Guard fleet, and I'm willing to work with the Empire's Navy to fight the pirates in the nearby seas. We'll do our best to restore peace in this sea area." Russell nodded with a faint smile, but his eyes turned to the new Flyers Guard ships that were reflecting silver light. His eyes sparkled, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Chapter 738. What was happening in the southern seas of the Kamla Empire, several thousand kilometers away, didn't affect the Principality of Constantine and the New Flyer. Recently, the most eye-catching matter in the Staten Duchy, and even in the surrounding countries, was a bill being passed by the Parliament of the Principality of Constantine. This bill was proposed by the chairman of the New Flyer, Su Yi, as an ordinary member of Parliament. With Su Yi's unparalleled influence in the Principality of Constantine, any proposal should have been easily passed, but this proposal had taken 2 whole months to enter the Parliament's final discussion process. Moreover, it had to go through a public vote of the Parliament before it could take effect. The reason why this proposal was so difficult was because the contents of the proposal were just too shocking. The contents of this proposal was actually to abolish the slavery system. When Su Yi first proposed this proposal, everyone thought that he was crazy. Ever since the elves had ruled the continent several thousand years ago, the slavery system had always existed on the continent. Until now, the history of slavery had already surpassed 10,000 years. In these tens of thousands of years, no matter how the continent changed, the slavery system had never changed. In fact, in the 2,000 years before and after the racial war, the slavery system had reached its peak. Before the race wars, the elves had treated all other races as slaves. After the race wars, it was the humans who had crazily captured other races as slaves. As for the humans themselves, they would also take large amounts of their own race as slaves. For the people of the signs, the existence of slaves was something that everyone was used to. No one felt that there was anything wrong with it. Now that Su Yi had suddenly come out and said that he wanted to abolish the slavery system, this was simply challenging everyone's common sense, challenging the tacit rules of the continent. In particular, the slave owners who had obtained many benefits from a slave snorted at Su Yi's proposal and strongly opposed it. Originally, because of the New Flyer's enormous influence in the Principality of Constantine, all the nobles in the duchy could only obediently cooperate and didn't dare oppose any of Su Yi's proposals. But when Su Yi threw out this proposal, these nobles who had always obediently followed Su Yi's arrangements actually voiced their opposition to this proposal in unison. In the first vote on this proposal, the number of votes in favor of this proposal was actually a shocking 0. From this, it could be seen how big of an impact this proposal had on everyone and how strong the opposition was. However, with the New Flyer's great influence in the Principality of Constantine and Su Yi's strong push, this proposal slowly gained more and more votes, and it finally entered the final discussion process. And today was the day that the Stantine Duchy's Parliament would be discussing this proposal. As long as this proposal passed today, it meant that the Principality of Constantine would truly abolish the slavery system from today onwards. According to incomplete statistics, the number of slaves in the Principality of Constantine now totaled between 160,000 to 170,000. Once the slavery system was abolished, these 160,000 slaves would become ordinary citizens, and the social impact would undoubtedly be enormous. Therefore, whether this proposal passed or not could be said to cause the entire Principality of Constantine to fall into great turmoil. In the eyes of many, this wasn't a good thing. Why would I strongly advocate for the abolition of the slavery system? Su Yi smiled as he looked at Baron Hannes, who was sitting opposite him, and slowly shook his head. Of course it's not because I'm like a saint and can't bear to see the slaves suffer. So I want to abolish this system and free them. You can't completely deny this point, can you? Based on your attitude towards the slaves under you, it can be seen that you have a very gentle attitude towards them. Baron Hannes kept asking. Although today was the day that the Principality of Constantine's Congress would discuss Su Yi's proposal to abolish the slavery system, because this matter attracted too much attention, the surrounding countries had sent people to pay attention to this matter. There were countless newspapers that focused on this matter, intending to report on it. The Congress's final discussion would begin in the afternoon, so in the morning, Su he held a press conference and accepted questions from the various newspapers. At this press conference, there were reporters from the Lampari Kingdom, the Kingdom of Ruhr, the Drake Duchy, the Mirando Duchy, the Norton Duchy, and all the surrounding countries. Even the Sac Kingdom had sent 3 newspapers to report on this matter. There were over 500 reporters, filling the hall that could be considered spacious, and there was no place to stand. The reporters were all well-informed people, so naturally they knew that he had a deep friendship with the Lampuri Weekly, its editor-in-chief Baron Hannes. So the first question was given to him. From my personal point of view, I really don't want to see the slaves being treated this cruelly. Because to me, there isn't a difference between slaves and commoners. Everyone is the same human. So why should we separate them and treat them cruelly like animals? Sui said with a serious look. But other than humans, there are many other races among the slaves. Could it be that you want to treat them like humans? A reporter suddenly asked in a loud voice. The other reporters all turned to look at the reporter who asked the question, thinking that this fellow was an idiot. It was a bit interesting to ask this question to other people, but asking this question to Sui was a complete waste of time. As expected, Sui gave a faint smile and replied, "The other races aren't that different from humans, right? Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce has hired many people from other races over the years, but I haven't seen anything different from us humans. If there really is something, it's probably that there are differences in culture. But even among us humans, aren't there differences in culture because of different ethnic regions? So I don't think this is a problem." Chairman Sui, let's return to the main topic. You just said that you want to abolish slavery from a personal point of view. But you're the new Flyers chairman after all. You're someone that everyone knows has a strong influence. For you to raise this proposal, it's impossible that it's completely from your personal point of view, right? Another reporter asked. Of course. Sui, he didn't hesitate at all as he nodded in acknowledgement. Of course, this proposal is also from my overall point of view. Chairman Sui, I am a reporter from the Kingdom of Ruhr. Before I came here, I heard a piece of news. In our Kingdom of Ruhr, there's a chamber of commerce that specializes in making magic lamps. Because they use all slave workers, the cost of the magic lamps they produce is lower, and the price is much lower than your Shinfei brand magic lamps. They are very popular in our Kingdom of Ruhr. You are now proposing to abolish slavery. Is it because you feel threatened by this Chamber of Commerce? Another reporter in the crowd asked loudly. The expressions of all the reporters in the audience changed. This was the first time many of them heard this news. If this was true, then the reason Sui proposed this proposal was intriguing. Sui glanced at the reporter and asked, "You're talking about the Sanchi Chamber of Commerce in Rio City, right?" The reporter stared blankly for a moment and didn't answer. Obviously, he agreed. Sui smiled and continued. First of all, my proposal is only aimed at the Principality of Constantine. Even if this proposal is passed, it won't affect the Kingdom of Ruhr. If the Sanchi Chamber of Commerce wants to continue using slave workers, there will be no problem. It won't be affected in any way. The audience nodded in unison. The Principality of Constantine was actually only a small country. It was far from being comparable to the Kingdom of Ruhr. If it wasn't for the new flyer being here and this proposal being too shocking, perhaps not many people would pay much attention to the policies of such a small country. Secondly, the magic lamps produced by the Sanchi Chamber of Commerce did not pass the quality inspection of the Kingdom of Ruhr's Magic Industry Management Department, but they chose to sell them privately. This is a serious violation of the Kingdom of Ruhr's Magic Industry Management Department's regulations. Now they are under investigation by the Kingdom of Ruhr's Magic Industry Management Department. They have been ordered to close down for rectification. Are you aware of this? Everyone's eyes fell on the face of the reporter who claimed to be from the Kingdom of Ruhr. They found that his expression was a little awkward. It was obvious that he knew about this matter, but chose not to say it on purpose. Lastly, why would you think that I would see the magic lamps produced by such a chamber of commerce as a threat? I think none of the reporters here would think that this Sanchi Chamber of Commerce will be a threat to our new flyer, right? The audience couldn't help but nod in unison. They had never heard of this Sanchi Chamber of Commerce. How could they compare to new flyer? This guy actually thought that Sue E felt that the Sanchi Chamber of Commerce was a threat to New Flyer. What a joke. The reporter's face flushed red, and he shouted in defiance. Chairman Sue, perhaps the Sanchi Chamber of Commerce isn't a threat to your New Flyer, but you must be afraid that other chambers of commerce will use slave workers to reduce costs and compete with your New Flyer, right? You want to abolish slavery so much. It must be because you expected this situation. The other reporters in the audience fell silent. In fact, this was also the doubt in their hearts. If it wasn't for New Flyer's perspective, why would Sue E insist on doing such a thankless job, spending so much effort, and facing so many people's opposition to abolish slavery? Perhaps you're right. This is indeed a problem. But I must remind you of a fact. It's not just now. Even a few years ago, many chambers of commerce also used slave workers, but they didn't have any special advantages because of this. Do you understand why? Sue E asked. Everyone looked at each other, and they felt that Sue Yi's question didn't make sense at first. But in fact, it was very worthy of deep thought. That's right. Slaves didn't just exist on the Signs continent for a day or two. Now, a lot of chambers of commerce that produced magic machines had popped up in the surrounding countries, and many of them used large amounts of slave workers to reduce production costs, but this didn't give them much of an advantage. This wasn't aimed at New Flyer because in the magic machine industry, there was currently no chamber of commerce that could be compared to New Flyer. It was just that compared to other chambers of commerce in the same industry, the chambers of commerce that used slaves didn't have any special advantages. This is the biggest reason why I want to abolish slavery, and also the conclusion I came to after considering the whole situation. The reason is actually very simple. In my opinion, the majority of slaves can't be considered a complete labor force, because slaves generally can't receive education, and they don't have any enthusiasm or initiative. Even if they participate in production, they are in a completely passive position. In actual production, not only will these kinds of workers not reduce production costs, but in fact, it will greatly affect production efficiency and product quality. From a merchant's point of view, these slave workers are a negative asset of the Chamber of Commerce. What I want to do now is to turn these negative assets into positive assets. Chapter 739. Sue Yi's proposal was eventually passed by the Congress of the Principality of Constantine. This wasn't surprising. With New Flyer's current influence in the Principality of Constantine, once Sue E made up his mind to push for something in the Principality of Constantine, there was basically no chance of failure. However, Sue Yi's proposal only received 56% of the votes, barely passing. This showed that this proposal couldn't really convince everyone in the Principality of Constantine. Moreover, the remaining 44% of the members who didn't vote in favor of this proposal almost unanimously abstained. There weren't many who directly voted against this proposal. Apart from proving that New Flyer's influence was indeed strong, and that others didn't dare to directly oppose this proposal, it could also be considered a silent protest. This silent protest was reflected in the fact that although this proposal was passed, it faced all kinds of difficulties in implementing it. According to this proposal, the Congress of the Principality of Constantine issued a Slave Status Conversion Act to implement this proposal. However, when it was implemented, almost all of the lords who owned slaves in the Principality of Constantine didn't cooperate. Originally, according to rough statistics, the total number of slaves in the Principality of Constantine was between 150,000 and 160,000. However, in the first week of implementation of this law, not a single slave applied to change their status. This wasn't surprising. Most of the slaves didn't receive any education, and it was difficult for them to obtain information. Not many knew about this law, and even fewer knew how to apply for it. Moreover, even if they knew, these slaves wouldn't dare to apply. Being slaves for many years, they didn't dare to defy the will of the lords. Before the lord gave the order, no slave dared to act on their own. As for expecting the lords to take the initiative to report it, dream on. Therefore, although Sue Yi's proposal was passed, because of the difficulty in implementing it, the actual effect was almost zero. In the beginning, The Principality of Constantine and the surrounding countries were paying close attention to this matter, but after half a month without any movement, everyone's attention gradually faded. At this time, a large matter occurred in the Lampari kingdom that attracted everyone's attention. Her Majesty 70 gave birth to a child. 2 months ago, Her Majesty 70 announced to the public that she really was pregnant and had been pregnant for 8 months. This news didn't just create a stir in the Lampari kingdom. It also attracted the attention of the surrounding countries. After all, Her Majesty 70 wasn't married, but she was actually pregnant with a child, which was just too shocking. Moreover, many people thought that this was a scandal that would shame the Lampari kingdom's royal family and even the entire Lampari kingdom. But in these 2 months, Her Majesty 70 didn't hide this matter at all and openly appeared in front of everyone, adding in the fact that the Lampari kingdom's newspapers did their best to explain for Her Majesty. Everyone gradually forgot that this was a scandal and began to sincerely congratulate her. After all, Her Majesty 70's child would definitely be the next successor to the throne, so there was no meaning in continuing this scandal. After 2 months, Her Majesty 70 was already 10 months pregnant. So half a month ago, there was a wave of attention in the Lampari kingdom about this child that was about to be born. Everyone was discussing this child that hadn't been born yet, guessing if it was a boy or a girl. There were even many casinos that set up bets on this. Now that this child was finally born, it instantly attracted everyone's attention. According to the news released by the royal palace, Her Majesty 70 had given birth to a prince. The birth process was very smooth, and Her Majesty and His Highness had both passed safely. The entire Lampari kingdom was filled with joy. Since Her Majesty 70 took the throne, the Lampari kingdom's internal situation had stabilized and its economy had developed quickly. The lives of the citizens had clearly improved, and the country's overall strength had greatly increased. Even the Sac kingdom that had suppressed the Lampari kingdom in the past had to lower their heads in front of the Lampari kingdom. Everyone loved and respected Her Majesty, who was able to let the majority of people live a good life, and who also had an outstanding appearance and a benevolent and broad-minded heart. Now that she had given birth to her child, naturally everyone was filled with joy. People were worried that Her Majesty wasn't that interested in her marriage and that the problem of the kingdom's successor was very serious. But they never thought that Her Majesty would secretly give birth to a child. Now that this child had been born, the Lampari kingdom had welcomed its next successor. It was like a large stone had been lifted from everyone's hearts, and they felt much calmer. Under the influence of these emotions, even if there were people who had questions in their hearts, it didn't affect the overall situation. Anyway, the child was already born, and everyone was certain that this was Her Majesty's child. So what did it matter who his father was? Including Sue-yi. He also had the same idea. Hey, 70, this child really looks like you. Sue-yi carefully held the baby in his hand, looking at his large forehead and high nose as he spoke with a smile. I think this kid will definitely be a handsome man when he grows up. Even if we don't count his status as a prince, he will definitely attract a bunch of young girls. 70 revealed a faint smile. She looked at Sue-yi before looking at the baby in Sue-yi's arms, and a complicated look appeared in her eyes as she said with a sigh, "Being a prince isn't necessarily a good thing. When he grows up, perhaps it will bring him even more trouble." Sue-yi laughed. "That will depend on how you teach him. Since he is the prince of the Lampari kingdom, he can't escape the responsibility he has to bear. You should properly guide him and not use this responsibility as pressure. Rather, it should be motivation." "It's easy for you to say." 70 couldn't help rolling her eyes at Sue. "What about your family's Freya? Didn't you recognize her as your only successor the moment she was born? How did you teach her to turn pressure into motivation? Tell me about it." Sue-yi said with a shrug, "I didn't care that much. I just let her play however she wanted." 70 was surprised. "How can that be? She is your only successor. She will inherit the new flyer in the future. If you don't train her from a young age, how could she take on such an important responsibility in the future? She won't take it if she can't take it." Sue-yi replied with a relaxed look. I just want her to be my successor, not the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's successor. The leader of the new flyer needs to have enough ability. If she doesn't have enough ability and isn't suited to being the leader, then she shouldn't be the leader. Otherwise, it won't be a good thing for her and the new flyer. 70 looked at Sue-E with a bit of disbelief. Could it be that you're planning on giving up on the new flyer? There isn't any connection, right? My meaning is that Freya is Freya and the new flyer is the new flyer. If she is interested and has the ability to take over the new flyer, then of course I will support her. But if she doesn't have the ability or isn't interested, then I will support her doing what she likes to do. Compared to the new flyer, I care more about her being happy. 70 looked at Sue-E for a while before slowly shaking her head with a sigh. This is the difference between you and me. You can let go of the new flyer, but I can't let go of the Lampari Kingdom. Sitting on the throne, there are many things that I can't control. 70 turned to look out the window with a slightly bleak expression. If I could choose again, I would rather not be the king. Sue-E was silent. Although it was easy for him to say, the new flyer was the culmination of all his hard work. It wasn't a problem for Freya to accept the new flyer without going against her wishes, but for Sue-E to give up the new flyer, Sue-E knew that he couldn't do it. The Lampari Kingdom to 70 was countless times more important than the new flyer to Sue-E. The Lampuri family had established the Lampari Kingdom for several hundred years, and with the hard work of many ancestors, the Lampari Kingdom had been maintained until now. If 70 wanted to give it up now, it was equal to giving up all the hard work of her ancestors. Not to mention that she couldn't do it. Countless people in the Lampari Kingdom wouldn't allow her to do this. And 70's child, since he was born, he had already shouldered this heavy responsibility. When 70 grew old in the future, he would inherit the Lampari Kingdom and continue to fight for the throne. There was no possibility of giving it up. Thinking of this, Sue-E looked at the baby in his embrace with a trace of pity. Pitiful little fellow, having to shoulder such a heavy responsibility after being born. I wonder if you'll be happy. Sue-E reached out to touch the little fellow's face, but he found that he was smiling. There was a funny smile on that round little face which made Sue-E unable to help feeling happy. Turning to look at 70, who was still looking out the window thinking about something, Sue-E felt that the atmosphere was too heavy. With a thought, he raised the baby in his hand and deliberately raised his voice. Hey, 70, although Freya is 4 years older than this little fellow, I don't think it's a big problem. What do you think? How about we get the two of them engaged now? 70 suddenly turned her head and sharply said, No. Sue-E was stunned. He was just joking. So why did 70 have such a strong reaction? Chapter 740. The two looked at each other for a bit before 70 reacted. Her reaction was a bit too intense, and she couldn't help looking a bit awkward. No, don't misunderstand. Sue-E, it isn't that I don't like Freya. I just feel that the two of them aren't suited. Sue-E doubtfully looked at 70, not believing her explanation. Of course, he wouldn't misunderstand that 70 didn't like Freya, but 70's reaction was just too abnormal, which made him feel a bit strange. Feeling Sue-Ye's doubtful gaze, 70's expression became even more awkward. She opened her mouth, but she didn't explain further. After pausing, she changed the topic. Sue-E, how is the abolition of slavery going in the Principality of Constantine? This topic change was too stiff. Even Sue-E was stunned before reacting. He took a deep look at 70 before taking a deep breath and giving up on pursuing this. 70's child's origin was very strange, and she wasn't willing to announce who the father was. It was clear that she had something she couldn't say. As a friend, Sue-E naturally couldn't force her to tell him the secret she wanted to keep. It's not going well. The lords of the duchy aren't willing to turn their slaves into citizens. They feel that they will lose their slaves and suffer a loss for no reason. That is certain. 70 nodded. 70 nodded. Sue-E, actually, I also feel that your method this time is too strange. Sue-E looked at 70's hesitant appearance and thought that she must be thinking that he was crazy, but she didn't say it. Slaves have existed on the continent for a long time, and you want to abolish them. This is equal to challenging the order of the continent. The Lord of Slaves definitely won't agree to this idea of yours. You can forcefully implement this in the Principality of Constantine, but if it was the Lampari Kingdom, this proposal definitely wouldn't pass the kingdom's parliament. What if you were the one to implement it? So, he tried asking. Then the best outcome for our Lampuri family is to give up the throne. 70 said with a serious look. Sui thought for a moment and nodded silently. Actually, Sui, you probably know the consequences of doing this, right? Otherwise, your actions in the Principality of Constantine wouldn't be so anticlimactic. You don't seem like someone who only does half the work. 70 asked. Sui chuckled. Yes, I've received a lot of pressure and opposition, so I've decided to postpone it. There's no hurry. 70 slightly knit her brows, so I'm even more confused. Why did you do this? You clearly know that this matter is extremely difficult and won't benefit New Flyer. So why are you still pushing this matter despite the opposition of so many people? No, this matter is quite beneficial to New Flyer. So he shook his head. 70. Have you seen the report in the Lampuri Weekly? The one written by Baron Hannes. It's the report that you propose releasing slaves to free up productivity? I've seen it, and I've seen it more than once. 70 said, I admit that your words are very reasonable. Hiring slaves as workers doesn't give you the best efficiency, and it might even affect the quality of the products. But since the slaves couldn't achieve good results when they were doing complicated work, they could just let them do simple work. No matter what, slaves don't need to be paid a salary, right? Even you don't understand my meaning, it's impossible for others to understand. He shook his head and said with a sigh, all of you don't understand one thing. Slaves are no different from livestock to you. They don't have any special value. But to me, they're still living people. Since they are people, they have the most basic talent for learning. So even if they are slaves, they have the possibility of increasing their abilities and can't be treated like livestock. You mean, you're planning on letting them know the identities of the slaves and letting them receive training, turning them into skilled workers? 70 asked in surprise. 70 asked in surprise, is it worth investing this much in slaves? Why isn't it worth it? So he asked back. 70, let me ask you a question. How many people are there in the Lampari Kingdom right now? 70 was surprised. She never thought that Sui would suddenly change the topic. After thinking about it, she replied, I did a count when I took the throne, and the total population was around 6,400,000 people. These people don't include slaves, right? Yes. Slaves aren't considered commoners, so they aren't included in the count. But according to the estimates of the various regions, there are around 3 million slaves in the kingdom. 70 replied. Then can you tell me, out of the 6,400,000 people in the Lampari Kingdom, how many of them are actual workers? And out of the 3 million slaves, how many of them are actual workers? Sui asked. 70 knit her brows. There's no way to calculate this. All right, let's not talk about the numbers. Do you think that if we can release all 3 million slaves and turn them into real workers, wouldn't it be of great help to the Lampari Kingdom? I don't understand what you're talking about. To be specific, let's use our new flyer as an example. Our new flyer currently has a total of 93,000 people. I think that whether it is in the Principality of Constantine or the Lampari Kingdom, this number could be considered a very large company. 70 nodded. In our kingdom, only the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce and the Armani Chamber of Commerce have more employees than you. But I feel that we're seriously lacking in manpower. According to my plan for New Flyer, we've calculated that our company needs to hire at least 50,000 people in the next 3 years to barely meet our needs. You need this many people? 70 asked in surprise. What do you want to do? Sui pointed to the southeast with a smile. I should have told you in my letter last time that our company is planning to build several island bases in the southern seas. Each island base needs at least 100 people on average. And in addition to all kinds of logistics personnel, our company needs at least 20,000 employees in this aspect alone. This much? 70's eyes opened wide. 70's eyes widened. You want to build that many island bases? What are you planning to do? It's nothing, We just want to use the rich resources of the endless seas. Su Yi explained with a relaxed look. Other than the island bases, our company will keep expanding the market in the future. Once we open the market of the Kamla Empire, the demand will be terrifying. So we have to prepare ahead of time to increase our company's production capacity. Speaking of your company's production capacity, Su Yi, when are you planning on giving me the 100 magic airships? 70 suddenly asked. Su Yi rolled his eyes. Just wait, the tests for the magic airships aren't over yet. It'll be at least next year before they can be mass-produced. 70 glared at Su Yi. When I ordered the 100 magic airships from you, you said that you could give them to me at the beginning of this year. Su Yi revealed an awkward smile. The magic airships are different from normal magic machines. The requirements are just too high. You don't want me to give you these unreliable magic airships, right? Then again, wasn't I just talking about the lack of production capacity? Then what does this have to do with freeing the slaves? I don't think that those slaves can help you make 100 magic airships as soon as possible. Of course they can't now. But as long as I have some time to train them, I'm certain that they can play the role they should play. But it's a pity. Su Yi spread his hands and said with a helpless look, this damn slave system. The slaves don't have any chance to receive education or training. They don't even have a chance to choose their own jobs. Moreover, the slaves belong to their masters. So even if I train them well, it will only benefit their masters. Are you thinking of the several hundred slave workers that you trained for the Stag family? 70 said with a smile. It can be considered that. Su Yi gave a shrug. When the Frestag Chamber of Commerce was first established, Leslie had sent 100 slaves to work in the Frestag Chamber of Commerce's factory, grasping a certain amount of magic machine craftsmanship. Then the Stag family sent another 300 slaves to the New Flyer factory, who also grasped quite a bit of skill. Later, when the Stag family opened their own magic machine company, these slaves became the most important skilled workers and played a very important role. To Su Yi, these 400 slave workers were equivalent to him giving the Stag family a wedding dress. He didn't have a choice back then, but now he wasn't willing to do this kind of thankless thing. So you're not as noble as the newspapers make you out to be. You're just thinking about the benefits of New Flyer. 70 teased him. Of course, I'm not a saint. Su Yi replied with a natural look. But what I said is true. Think about it. These slaves can't do anything in the hands of the lords. But if they were given to me, their value would increase by countless times. I think that a normal person would know what to choose, right? It's a pity that no matter which lord it is, they wouldn't be willing to give their slaves to you for free. 70 said, of course I understand this. So this time, I've prepared a very large bait, hoping that I can catch some fellows who are willing to take the bait. Seeing the proud smile on Su Yi's face, 70 blinked in a daze. She thought that this fellow Su Yi must have thought of another idea. With her understanding of Su Yi, since he said that this was a very large bait, the temptation contained in it must be very shocking. Chapter 741. The afterglow of the setting sun spilled over from the west and dyed the surface of the sea blood red. However, if one looked carefully, they would discover that the blood-red color of the nearby sea was not completely dyed by the setting sun. Among the broken planks floating on the surface of the sea, there were corpses in gray and black clothing. From these corpses, there were pools of dazzling bright red blood stains that dyed the surface of the sea even more soul-stirring. However, this miserable scene did not cause Ramito Russell's heart to throb in the slightest when he saw it. Russell's gaze swept across the corpses floating on the surface of the sea, as well as the huge ship that was sinking rapidly due to its severe damage, bringing the corpses along with it into the deep sea. Russell could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. This was the 17th day since he led the Kamla Empire's Third Fleet and the New Flyers Escort Fleet to cooperate. The group of pirates they encountered today was the 13th group of pirates they encountered in these 17 days. Just like when they encountered the 12 groups of pirates before, there was no need for the Kamla Empire's naval fleet to take action. When they discovered the traces of these pirates, the New Flyers Escort Fleet immediately launched a fierce offensive. When they were still a full kilometer away from these pirate ships, they had already completely destroyed these pirate ships. These pitiful pirates did not even touch the new flyers' escort fleet from beginning to end before they were all blasted into the sea. Apart from some pirates who reacted quickly and fled the battlefield on small boats, the rest of the pirates were not spared. They all fell into the deep sea. The fate that awaited them was either falling into the mouth of a shark or drowning. Russell did not have any pity for these pirates, but every time he saw the fierce offensive of the new flyers' escort fleet with his own eyes, he could not help but feel the veins on his forehead throbbing. If these pirates were replaced by the Kamla Empire's naval fleet, would the result be different? At first, Russell still imagined many ways to deal with the new flyers' escort fleet's offensive in his mind. For example, he could surround them one step ahead and not give the new flyers' escort fleet the time to display their range advantage. Another example was to quickly approach the new flyers' escort fleet at the cost of serious damage. He would do his best to engage in close combat and win with the advantage of numbers. Or for example, but after seeing the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's guard fleet bully these pirates again and again, Russell's heart began to overturn his thoughts bit by bit. Now he was certain that even if these pirates were replaced by the Kamla Empire's naval fleet, the result would still be the same. The only difference was that the Kamla Empire's navy would last longer than the pirates. As for whether more people could escape, that would depend on the mood of the new flyer fleet. After all, the terrifying frigates of the new flyers' fleet were much faster at sea than the Kamla Empire's fleet and the ordinary wooden ships of the pirates. If they wanted to pursue, it was impossible for them to escape. As for a head-on confrontation, what a joke. With the terrifying magic cannons of the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's guard fleet, you wouldn't even be able to touch them before being defeated. Moreover, with the fast speed of the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's guard fleet, it was impossible for them to surround them. So Russell and the new flyer guard fleet worked together for 17 days and thought about it for 17 days. In the end, he came to a conclusion that he wasn't willing to admit, but he had to admit. The invincible Kamla Empire's fleet in his heart. If they faced the new flyer guard fleet head-on, they wouldn't be able to fight back at all. Every time he thought of the description of the new flyer guard fleet in the sealed files of the Navy staff, Russell felt that it was incomparably accurate. This fleet was simply like it came from another world. It had already surpassed this era. After turning to order his fleet and the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's guard fleet to clean up the battlefield, Russell had his flagship approach the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's guard fleet's flagship. Then he changed to a small boat and boarded the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's guard fleet's flagship. Although they had cooperated for half a month in name, this was Russell's first time boarding a new flyer guard ship. From the perspective of a spectator, he already felt that this guard ship was incomparably large. When he stepped on the deck of this guard ship, Russell could feel that there was a large difference between this guard ship and the Kamla Empire's fleet. The difference that he deeply felt was that stepping on the deck of this guard ship made him feel very stable, like he was stepping on solid land. It wasn't like the wooden ships, where he could feel the bumpiness of the waves. The reason for this difference was that this guard ship was completely made of steel, so it was much heavier than wooden ships. Of course, it would be much more stable on the sea. Sir Leslie, can you tell me the approximate weight of this ship? After exchanging a few pleasantries with Leslie, Russell suddenly asked this. Leslie was stunned. After thinking about it, he shook his head and said, I don't have any accurate data, but this ship was set to have a displacement of around 1,000 tons, so its net weight should be over 600 tons. 600 tons. Russell took a deep breath, and he couldn't help revealing a look of shock on his face. The largest ship in the Kamla Empire's fleet was the Thunderclap level battleship. According to the standard, the total weight of the wood used was less than 100 tons. This was not even a sixth of the frigate's weight. Although the density of wood couldn't compare to that of steel, this difference was still incomparably large. So don't look at how the Thunderclap level battleship wasn't much smaller than the guard ship. Even if the magic cannons and other military magic machines with terrifying attack power were ignored just in a head-on collision, the Thunderclap level battleship wouldn't be able to take a single hit from the guard ship. Comparing it, no, It wasn't qualified to be compared at all. Russell suppressed the shock in his heart and silently looked down at the solid deck under his feet. He then looked up at the thick steel platform in the center of the deck, and there was a question that flashed in his heart. If it was said that this guard ship used over 600 tons of steel, then the New Flyers guard fleet in front of him had a total of 20 guard ships. Counting it all, that was a shocking 12,000 tons of steel. Needless to say, the steel used to build these frigates was obviously different from ordinary pig iron. Not only did it have extremely strong impact resistance, corrosion resistance, and embroidery resistance, but even if it was only 12,000 tons of pig iron, Russell couldn't imagine how it was forged. Although it was obvious that the frigate was made of steel plates, how were these steel plates made? How did the New Flyer perfectly connect these steel plates together, making them seem like they were a single piece? Russell had kept these questions in his heart for half a month, and now that he was asking Leslie about it, he hoped that he could get a clear answer. However, Leslie just shook his head with a smile. "I'm sorry, Sir Russell. These things are our company's secrets. I can't tell you. Moreover, even if I wanted to go against the company's rules and tell you, I don't know what to say because I don't understand it at all." "You don't understand?" Russell slightly knit his brows and looked a bit unhappy. He could understand why Leslie wasn't willing to say it, since this might involve New Flyers' trade secrets. But him saying that he didn't understand was simply a joke. He was the commander of the New Flyers guard fleet. How could he not know anything about this ship? "I indeed don't understand." Seeing Russell's unhappiness, Leslie explained with a smile. "The construction of this ship involves a lot of specialized magic machine knowledge. I've never studied this before. All I know is how to use this ship, not how to make it." Russell was silent for a bit before nodding, admitting that Leslie's words were reasonable. Not to mention this guard ship that had a shocking amount of technology. Even if it was a Thunder-grade battleship, as the Vice Chief of Staff of the Navy, he didn't know anything about it. But when he asked Leslie this question, he didn't expect to get an answer from him. After thinking for a bit, Russell said to Leslie with a serious expression, "Sir Leslie, through this cooperation, I have a deep understanding of the outstanding abilities of your New Flyers guard ships. I'm very interested in these guard ships, and I hope that you can tell Chairman Sue that our Kamla Empire's Navy wishes to officially cooperate with your New Flyer. As for these guard ships, there are many things we can discuss." Leslie revealed a faint smile. "Sir Russell, if you're interested in these guard ships, I think Sir Chairman will be very happy to discuss with you. But speaking of cooperation, I don't think it's that troublesome." "Oh, Sir Leslie, what kind of ideas do you have?" Russell was a bit surprised. "It can't be considered an idea." Leslie waved his hand, and a sly smile appeared on his face. "Since the Kamla Empire's Navy is interested in these guard ships, then it's very simple. You can just buy them from our company." "Buy them directly?" Russell was stunned with a look of surprise on his face. "Could it be your New Flyer is willing to sell these powerful guard ships?" "Of course, we're a company. If someone is willing to buy our things, why wouldn't we sell them?" Leslie shrugged with a relaxed look on his face. Russell looked over Leslie with a strange expression. After confirming that he wasn't joking, he took a deep breath and carefully asked, "Then, Sir Leslie, your New Flyer's price for these guard ships, what is it?" "Not expensive, not expensive." Leslie raised 2 fingers, 2,000,000 gold coins for one. Russell's eyes turned black, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. This damn New Flyer, could they be any more black-hearted? Chapter 742. It wasn't just Russell who was cursing the Frestek Chamber of Commerce in his heart. In the Lampuri Kingdom that was 3,000 kilometers away from him and Leslie, there were countless people who were cursing the Frestek Chamber of Commerce in their hearts. A week after the news of Her Majesty's 70th child being born came out, New Flyer suddenly announced that in order to celebrate the birth of Her Majesty's child, New Flyer would be releasing an important piece of technology in the Lampari Kingdom as a gift to Her Majesty. This news created a stir in the Lampari Kingdom and attracted the attention of the surrounding countries. Everyone knew that New Flyer had technology that surpassed all the other magic machine companies in terms of magic machines, which allowed them to take the lead in this field. The other companies could invest in research and development to catch up, But how could their own research compare to directly obtaining the mature technology from the Frestech Chamber of Commerce? If it wasn't for the Frestech Chamber of Commerce taking the initiative to transfer the household magic machine technology, the Frestech Chamber of Commerce would still be the only company in the magic machine industry, and the others would only be able to drink soup. So when New Flyer announced another important piece of technology, it naturally attracted everyone's attention. And New Flyer didn't disappoint people. At the press conference in Banna City, the technology that New Flyer announced was so important that it surpassed everyone's expectations. This technology was actually steel-making technology. There were many kinds of magic machines, from the small magic lamp to the large transport magic ship, that New Flyer had developed half a year ago. Whether it was their function, performance, or structure, they were all different. But no matter what kind of magic machine it would definitely use an important material, which was steel. Before New Flyer appeared, signs didn't have the word steel, there was only iron. Iron making was a technology that had been passed down for thousands of years in signs, and the dwarves were the best at this. But before this, iron making was mostly used to make simple iron tools for daily life. It wasn't complicated and the requirements weren't high. The only thing that had a slightly higher requirement was for it to be used to forge weapons and armor. Although there were famous blacksmiths who made powerful weapons and armors, using the iron refining technology to a very high level. Before the appearance of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, there had never been anyone who could refine iron on such a large scale. Moreover, there were strict requirements for the refined iron. New Flyer even redefined the iron as steel. It even used different words to differentiate the different properties and uses of the different metals. In the past, smelting iron was just a demonstration of the craftsman's individual skills. But after the New Flyer appeared, smelting iron. No, it was now called smelting steel. It had become a completely industrial product with extremely precise requirements and a much larger scale. After the New Flyer's first steel mill appeared, it almost completely destroyed all the blacksmiths in Banna City. When the New Flyer's second, third, and now sixth steel mill was finished, producing close to 1 million tons of steel a month, all the blacksmiths in the Lampari Kingdom were seriously impacted. Even if the New Flyer didn't have the idea of stealing the business of the normal blacksmiths, this didn't stop the other companies from doing the same. The normal blacksmith's main job was to make simple daily iron tools and occasionally make weapons and armors. But with the appearance of the New Flyer, it turned the production of weapons and armors into an assembly line. Whether it was efficiency or craftsmanship, the weapons and armors made surpassed the weapons and armors made by the blacksmiths, so they directly squeezed out a part of the business. Next, there were several companies that found business opportunities and specially ordered a batch of production magic machines from the New Flyer. They used the steel produced by the New Flyer to make daily iron tools like shovels and spades, gradually squeezing out the business of the blacksmiths. In the current Lampari Kingdom, other than some remote small towns, there wasn't a single old blacksmith shop left. The dwarven blacksmith that made a living in the Lampari Kingdom had all been taken away by the New Flyer, becoming workers for the New Flyer. The reason for this was very simple. The key was the steel made by the New Flyer. The steel made by the New Flyer far surpassed the pig iron made by normal blacksmiths. Moreover, there were many different kinds of steel that could satisfy all kinds of needs. Among them, the most popular were various kinds of steel with stainless steel quality. Other than being used in large amounts in household magic machines, the stainless steel was also used in many daily steel products, so there was a large demand for them. The 6 steel mills under the New Flyer produced close to 1 million tons of steel each month, but it was far from being able to satisfy the demand. Actually, the New Flyer's production was limited. A large part of it was because of the limited production of steel. The New Flyer didn't have enough steel to supply itself, so the steel that it could supply to other companies naturally wasn't much either. As a result, apart from a New Flyer, almost all the other companies related to magic machines were limited by the New Flyer's steel production. There were even many companies that had nothing to do with magic machines, but were related to steel products. Therefore, when the New Flyer announced its steel-making technology, It instantly ignited everyone's enthusiasm. The new flyer was finally willing to hand over its unique steel-making technology. Didn't this mean that everyone could make the steel they needed, and they didn't need to beg the new flyer to give them more steel? Of course, everyone was very clear that since the new flyer was willing to announce such an important technology, the price that others had to pay would be extremely high as well. However, when the new flyer announced the price that they had to pay to obtain the technology from the new flyer, everyone was still shocked speechless. This time, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce didn't want money or minerals. They wanted people. They didn't want ordinary people, but slaves. In other words, they wanted to obtain the new flyer's steel-making technology. No problem. They could exchange it with slaves. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce had a set of rules for the exchange of slaves. They had to be over 16 and under 40, as well as having a healthy body and not having any disabilities to be considered a complete slave. As for those outside this range, they could only be considered half a slave. However, the new flyer also had an even more strange rule, and that was if they were willing to hand over a complete family of slaves, the exchange rate would be increased to a certain extent. Everyone didn't understand the new flyer's intentions, but everyone clearly felt the new flyer's malice from the new flyer's price. Mother Asterisker, a C803 model steel refining technique actually requires 1,000 slaves. It had to be known that a healthy adult slave could be sold for at least 50 gold coins in the slave market. 3,000 such slaves would be a total of 50,000 gold coins. And such a high price was only in exchange for the refining technology of a single type of steel. Currently, the new flyer announced a total of 78 types of steel. Even if every type was sold at the same price, the total value would be close to 4 million gold coins. And if they were all exchanged with slaves, they would need a terrifying 80,000 slaves. Moreover, the new flyer wasn't limited to just one company. In other words, if there were many people who needed this steel-making technology, they would have to pay far more than 80,000 slaves. While everyone was puzzled as to why the new flyer would propose such an exchange, they were also puzzled by another matter. He had taken the initiative to propose the abolition of slavery in the Principality of Constantine, and it had even been passed. Now that the new flyer had obtained so many slaves, if they were to bring them back to the Principality of Constantine, wouldn't they have to turn them into commoners? In theory, these slaves would no longer belong to the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce, which meant that the new flyer would have to treat them like commoners. If they wanted to work for the new flyer, they would have to pay them extra. Looking at it like this, the new flyer was doing something unnecessary. The only result of doing this was helping the slaves regain their freedom. What benefits did the new flyer have? This chairman Sue, it can't be that he really thought of himself as a saint like the newspapers said, right? Of course, no matter how doubtful others were of the new flyer's actions, it was a fact that the new flyer wanted to transfer the steel-making technology. It didn't take long before countless people began to move. On the second day of the new flyer's press conference, the Banta Times reported a related transaction. A lord in the northeast province of the Lampari Kingdom used 3,653 slaves under his name to exchange for the technology to refine 3 kinds of steel from the new flyer. In the following half a month, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce made 6 more deals and obtained 15,300 slaves from these 6 deals. Adding in the first transaction, the new flyer had close to 20,000 slaves in half a month. Everyone's eyes were focused on these slaves, wanting to see how the new flyer would deal with these slaves. Would Sue give these slaves their freedom like a saint? However, the reports of these slaves in the newspapers stopped after they were sent to the Black Rice Wasteland. They passed through the Black Rice Harbor to the west of the Black Rice Wasteland and boarded the large transport magic ship of the new flyer. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce's large transport magic ship disappeared on the endless seas, and these slaves had disappeared without a trace, not leaving a single trace. Chapter 743. New Flyer's plan to open the Kanla Empire market didn't go smoothly for various reasons. Even if New Flyer's magic machines were very popular in Wimbledon City, and Ambassador Hakkinen ordered more and more magic machines from New Flyer each time, this wasn't a normal business model, and it wasn't the model that Sui wanted. This was because opening a market like this was a bit slow. But before the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's production capacity was greatly increased, Sui wasn't that worried about this. Moreover, although New Flyer's progress in opening the Kamla Empire market was rather slow, their progress in opening the markets of other countries was very fast and smooth. Right now, other than selling in the countries around the Principality of Constantine, New Flyer's magic machines were also going north. They passed the Drake Duchy and entered the Falk Kingdom, quickly becoming popular in the Falk Kingdom. The Falk Kingdom's territory and population were even higher than the Lampari Kingdoms. If New Flyer wanted to completely occupy and digest this market, it would take quite a bit of effort. Compared to this, if it was just from the perspective of New Flyer's own development, New Flyer should focus on the Falk Kingdom. Not to mention that the Falk Kingdom was in the center of the signs. To the east was the Kamla Empire, and to the north was the Malar Empire, so this location was very important. If New Flyer could open a market in the Falk Kingdom, when the time was right, they could even find a chance to enter the Malar Empire. If they could open the markets of the Kamla Empire and the Malar Empire, that could be considered spreading magic machines across the entire continent. Of course, this idea was just too far away for the current New Flyer. New Flyer's production capacity couldn't increase. So even if the market of the entire continent was open to New Flyer wouldn't be able to completely occupy it. Considering this situation, Sui had already begun to gradually change the development strategy of New Flyer. Before this, New Flyer mainly sold the various magic machines it produced to other countries to earn profits. The joint venture with other countries to establish magic machine factories was only a supplement to meet the needs of other countries for mastering magic machine technology. Now that he realized that New Flyer's production capacity could not meet the rapid growth of the market, Sui began to change his approach. New Flyer's factories in the Principality of Constantine and the Black Rice Wasteland were still operating at full capacity and increasing their production capacity. At the same time, New Flyer began to support joint ventures with other countries to open factories. Only a small portion of these joint ventures were under the complete control of New Flyer. Most of the rest were only provided with technical support by New Flyer. As for the factory sites, personnel, and management rights, they were all owned by the chambers of commerce in other countries. For these countries, of course, they liked this kind of cooperation because they could learn the magic machine manufacturing technology from this kind of cooperation. They could gradually use this technology to make their own magic machines. It was different from directly buying the patents from the Frestech Chamber of Commerce to make magic machines. Because the joint venture factory had the technical support of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce and the technicians of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, they would have an advantage in learning and mastering the technology. Like this, as time passed, the quality and performance of the magic machines produced by the joint ventures would be closer to Shinfei's brand, making it easier for them to catch up to New Flyer. So using this cooperation model, the Frestech Chamber of Commerce easily entered the Falk Kingdom and signed several cooperation agreements with the Falk Kingdom side. At the beginning of next year, New Flyer and the Falk Kingdom would build 5 household magic machine factories in the Falk Kingdom at the same time. According to the plan, in the next 5 years, New Flyer would continue cooperating with the Falk Kingdom, building at least 10 household magic machine factories in the Falk Kingdom. At the same time, they planned to build a magic machine workshop and 3 steel mills. In Sui's plan, he was prepared to turn the Falk Kingdom into a complete New Flyer production base. Even if they didn't rely on the New Flight Commerce main base, they would still be able to produce their own household magic machines. This idea was naturally because the Falk Kingdom's location was better. Compared to transporting the household magic machines from the Principality of Constantine to other countries, this kind of joint venture with other countries would save them quite a bit of transportation costs. At the same time, with this cooperation model, New Flyer only needed to provide the necessary technical staff and didn't need to invest in the basic workers and factories. Therefore, They could save a large amount of manpower, resources, and energy. Although New Flyer's profits would decrease under this cooperation model, because of New Flyer's absolute leading position in the field of magic machines. When other countries signed contracts with New Flyer only needed to provide technical support, but the profits they received weren't low at all. Take the cooperation agreements that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce signed with the Falk Kingdom at the end of the year. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce's share of the 5 household magic machine factories was at least 45%, and the highest was as high as 60%. The Falk Kingdom was a country that was even bigger than the Lampari Kingdom and had always been much stronger than the Lampari Kingdom. The living conditions of the citizens were much better, so naturally their internal market was much bigger than the Lampari Kingdom's. Therefore, even though New Flyer was only taking a share of the profits, once the Falk Kingdom's market was completely opened, it would still be able to reap huge profits. Therefore, New Flyer's financial director, Seabass, made an extremely bold calculation when he was estimating the profits for the coming year. 40 million gold coins. This was Seabass' estimate of New Flyer's annual profits for the coming year. Such a huge number could be said to be quite shocking. It could even be said that if New Flyer could achieve such a huge profit in the coming year, it would surpass the Falcao Chamber of Commerce and become the most profitable chamber of commerce in the surrounding countries. And even if next year passed, New Flyer would only be in the city for 7 years. In such a short time, New Flyer had become the most profitable chamber of commerce in the surrounding countries. It had to be said that the speed of development was miraculous. However, in the New Flyer's year-end summary report meeting, no one questioned this figure put forward by Seabass. Because, just this year alone, New Flyer's annual profits had reached a shocking 33 million gold coins. Compared to the 26 million gold coins profit at the end of last year, this year's annual profits had increased by a whopping 7 million gold coins. Since they could achieve a profit of 7 million gold coins this year, with the development of the Falk Kingdom's market and a series of other corresponding measures, everyone believed that New Flyer's profits would definitely exceed 7 million gold coins in the coming year. Thus, it would be no problem for the annual profits to exceed 40 million gold coins. However, just as everyone was feeling excited about this figure, Sue poured a bucket of cold water on everyone. That's right, New Flyer's profits would definitely increase greatly in the coming year, but correspondingly, New Flyer's investment in the coming year would also increase greatly. According to Suyi's plan, New Flyer would continue to invest in the Academy of Magic in the coming year and increase the annual research budget from 5 million gold coins this year to 8 million gold coins. At the same time, New Flyer would also continue to invest in the guards and strive to increase the number of guards to more than 10,000 people in the coming year. New Flyer's guards were far better equipped than the armies of the surrounding countries. Thus, just this plan alone would increase New Flyer's investment in the guards by at least 3 million gold coins in the coming year. As for the maritime aspect, New Flyer's investment would also increase rapidly. With the construction of the island bases, according to Seabass budget, starting next year, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce will be investing at least 4 million gold coins a year in these island bases, and it would keep increasing each year. However, compared to the pure spending of the Academy of Magic and the guards, the subsequent development of these island bases would bring a lot of practical benefits to New Flyer once it was implemented. Thus, as long as it was done well, it would not spend much money and would even make money in the end. Of course, one could not count on the initial investment. According to the plan, New Flyer would only invest in this area for at least the first 3 years, and it would be difficult to see any concrete returns. However, compared to the concrete returns, Sue cared more about the other conveniences brought by these island bases. For example, with these island bases, New Flyer's guard fleet and transport fleet will be able to operate in a much larger area, making it easier for New Flyer to expand into other markets through the endless seas. For example, the market for ships. Sue wasn't surprised when Leslie brought back the news that Remito Russell was interested in the New Flyer's corvettes. He was certain that after seeing the might of the New Flyer's corvettes, they would have to admit that primitive wooden ships were already outdated. As long as the Kamla Empire's navy wasn't an idiot, they would definitely be interested in the corvettes. Before, he had Leslie put on a show in front of the Kamla Empire's navy in order to attract their attention. Now that the Kamla Empire's Vice Chief of Staff Russell had expressed this desire, it meant that Su Yi's goal had been achieved. A few days after Leslie's letter was sent to Su Yi, Ambassador Hakkinen made another trip to the Principality of Constantine. Other than coming to restock, he also brought a letter from Russell. In this letter, Russell clearly expressed that the Kamla Empire's navy was interested in the New Flyers corvettes, but he doubted the 2 million gold coins price Leslie mentioned. He said that this price was too high and they couldn't accept it, so he hoped that the New Flyer could make some concessions. Su Yi replied with a letter expressing the New Flyer's position. Su Yi's tone in the letter was very polite. He spoke a lot, but there was only one meaning in his words. Impossible. Chapter 744. Dear Remito, are you serious? Kamla Empire Navy Chief of Staff Chrysler, Isserly, put down the document in his hand and frowned as he looked at Remito Russell. His face was full of confusion. The Deputy Chief of Staff in front of him was the subordinate he had always admired and relied on the most. He was recognized by everyone as the best candidate to take over his position as the Navy Chief of Staff after his retirement. Many times, he would be relieved to hand over the important matters of the Navy Staff Department to Russell. First, it was a test for Russell, and a second, it was to build up Russell's prestige in the Navy Staff Department in advance to prepare for his future takeover. Russell had always handled these matters very well and had never made any mistakes, which made Chief of Staff Isserly very satisfied and relieved. But this time, the report he submitted made Chief of Staff Eisler feel a little incredulous after reading it. What a joke. The Kamla Empire's navy was facing the most serious crisis in history. If there was no immediate change, the Kamla Empire's navy would completely lose control of all the seas. This was simply an alarmist. On this continent, other than the Malur Empire, there was no other country's navy that could pose a threat to the Kamla Empire's navy. Many countries didn't even have a navy at all. What made Chief of Staff Isserly even more surprised and ridiculous was that in this report, it actually claimed that the biggest threat actually came from some bullshit New Flyers escort fleet. When he saw this line of words on the report, Chief of Staff Isserly almost spat out the tea in his mouth. It was just a chamber of commerce. What qualifications did it have to be compared with the Kamla Empire's navy? Could it even pose a threat to the Kamla Empire's navy? However, after many years of training and trust in Russell, Chief of Staff Isserly finally calmed down slowly. Russell had been under him for more than 20 years. He knew Russell very well and knew that Russell was definitely not an alarmist. He also knew Russell's deep love for the Kamla Empire's navy. Since he handed over the report in such a serious manner, then he was definitely not deliberately exaggerating things to scare people and play to the gallery. Not to mention, it was impossible for such a thick report to be complete nonsense. But after reading the entire report, Chief of Staff Isserly fell into deep thought. He believed that the report submitted by Russell was absolutely true because Russell definitely wouldn't lie to him, and there was absolutely no need for him to do so. But if this report was true, then the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's guard fleet actually had such terrifying strength. It really was too shocking. If one were to say that a ship made entirely of iron was acceptable, then an iron ship with a total weight of several hundred tons and a size larger than a Thunder-class battleship was completely out of the question. Chief of Staff Isserly thought for a long time in his mind, but he couldn't imagine what a ship that was described in the report as bigger than a Thunder-class warship, made of steel, streamlined, and pure white, would look like. Moreover, not mentioning their appearance, the magic cannons, magic repeating crossbows, magic rocket launchers, and other strange things described in the report, what kind of things were they? Chief of Staff Isserly had heard of magic weapons before, but wasn't this something that only a few powerful magicians had? Why did the New Flyer have this many? Moreover, based on the power of the military magic machines described in the report, they were even stronger than the legendary magic weapons. If a Thunder-class battleship couldn't even last 5 minutes under this kind of fierce attack, then the new Flyers escort fleet might really be invincible on the sea, like the report said. Thinking of this, Chief of Staff Isli suddenly thought of a report that he had received before. It said that a mysterious fleet had appeared in the southern seas of the Empire, attacking pirates all over the place. The pirates in the southern seas were all frightened by this news, and the entire sea became much more peaceful. This mysterious fleet could it be the new Flyers escort fleet? Sir Chrysler, I'm very serious. Russell stared at Chief of Staff Isli with a serious expression. He slowly nodded and said, "Actually, just from this report, you can't directly feel the shock that the new Flyers escort fleet brought to me. In the past half a month with them, I've seen them defeat pirates one after another, so I have a very direct feeling of the power they displayed. I'm very certain that this fleet has even surpassed this era. If we don't react quickly, once the Malar Empire discovers the existence of this fleet and equips it with the same ships, then we will have no power to fight back against the Malar Empire on the endless seas." Seeing that Russell was very serious, Chief of Staff Isli fell into silence. After a while, he gave a slight nod and said, "Remito, I trust your judgment. If this escort fleet really has such a strong power, then of course we should immediately have it. But 2 million gold coins per ship. This price." Chief of Staff Isli gave a bitter laugh and shook his head. In order to maintain the strength of the Empire's navy, the price shouldn't be an obstacle. Russell said seriously, "And I think New Flyer still has the possibility of continuing negotiations. After all, other than us, they can't find anyone else to buy these escort ships." Russell's words were actually very correct. In the entire signs, only the Kamla Empire, the Malar Empire, and a few other small kingdoms had the conditions and needed a navy. But other than the Kandra Empire and the Marlow Empire investing large amounts in their naval fleets, it was impossible for the other small countries to invest their precious funds in this. The Malar Empire was located in the north of the continent and was too far away from the Principality of Constantine. It was very difficult for New Flyer to get in touch with them, so the only customer they could find was the Kamla Empire's navy. The Kamla Empire's navy had no choice, and neither did New Flyer. "Even if we can negotiate, I think the price is still too high." Chief of Staff Isli wasn't as confident as Russell. He sighed and said, "Russell, let me tell you a piece of news. 3 days ago, I just attended a military budget meeting. According to what was revealed in the meeting, the military will reduce the budget for our navy next year." Russell was stunned. "Reduce again? Are you kidding me? Our military's budget is already very low. If we reduce it again, are we not going to have a navy anymore?" Chief of Staff Isli shook his head with a bitter smile. "There's no other way. The main force of the military is focused on dealing with the Malar Empire, so it's natural for the budget to be biased towards the army. In addition, the Empire's budget for the military has been declining over the years. In order to maintain the combat effectiveness of the army, of course the budget for the navy will be reduced." Russell could only be silent. As the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Navy, he didn't only understand the situation of the Navy, he also knew the situation of the entire Empire's military. He was very clear that the overall policy of the Kamla Empire's military was to fight against the Malar Empire. The focus had always been on the northern side of the Empire and the army at the border with the Malar Empire. The establishment of the Navy had always been questioned because many people felt that the Navy was useless. Now that the Empire was reducing the military's budget, the military would naturally reduce the Navy's budget. "Sir Chrysler, can I ask, what is the total budget for the Navy next year?" Russell thought for a moment and asked, "Well, this isn't a secret for you. You'll know in a few days anyway." Chief of Staff Isli raised 3 fingers. 30 million gold coins. It'll only be less, not more. Only 30 million gold coins? Russell was surprised. Last year, it was 50 million gold coins, and now it's reduced by half. The Empire's overall budget for the military was reduced by 70 million gold coins. So in fact, our Navy's budget is much less than the Army's. Chief of Staff Isli laughed at himself. "The problem is that we already have very little if we cut so much. Russell frowned and quickly did some calculations in his mind. Then he found a problem that made his face gloomy. According to this calculation, our Navy can barely maintain the status quo next year. Yes, Chief of Staff Isley nodded. That's why it's impossible to buy these corvettes that cost 2 million gold coins each. Russell couldn't help but be stunned. Although he had expected that because of the budget, it would be difficult to buy such expensive frigates. But he never thought that the Empire's Navy would be so poor. A budget of 30 million gold coins a year could only barely maintain the status quo. If something happened, it would be impossible to make ends meet. In this case, how could they suddenly take out a large amount of gold coins to buy such expensive frigates? After a long silence, Russell still didn't want to give up. After thinking for a while, he said to Chief of Staff Isley, "Sir Chrysler, I still insist on my opinion. In any case, the Empire's Navy must be equipped with these frigates, because only in this way can we ensure that the Empire's Navy remains the most powerful navy on the continent." Chief of Staff Isley frowned. "The problem is that we don't have money." "Then squeeze out some money." Russell took a step forward and said in a clear voice, "Lord Chrysler, I solemnly suggest that we cut down the original fleet and replace them with the latest model of powerful frigates." Chapter 745. Russell walked out of the Navy Staff headquarters with a sullen face. Russell looked up at the sky that was gloomy because of the thick clouds. He sighed deeply and shook his head. His eyes were full of helplessness. No matter how impassioned and serious he was just now, Chief of Staff Isoli never showed any agreement with his idea. Chief of Staff Isori even bluntly dismissed his final proposal as ridiculous. Ridiculous? Maybe. Russell smiled bitterly. He didn't think Chief Eisler's reaction was strange. If it was anyone else who heard Russell's suggestion to cancel all the fleets of the Royal Navy and replace them with the guard ships of the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce, they would definitely find it absurd. Although the Kamla Empire's naval fleet had never been as important as the Empire's army, it had been more than 600 years since its establishment. Now, there were 4 complete fleets under its name. There were nearly 2,000 ships of various sizes and more than 100,000 subordinates. To cut down such a large number of people in one go was simply a fantasy. It was simply impossible. Of course, Russell knew that this idea couldn't be realized, so his real suggestion was to cut off a part of the Royal Navy and use the saved budget to buy the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce's guard ships, creating a new fleet. But this idea still didn't receive the support of Chief Eisler. Cut apart? Okay, which part should I cut off? Chief Eisler's rhetorical question made Russell speechless. As the Deputy Chief of Staff, Russell certainly knew more about the situation of the Empire's Navy than most people. He knew very well that although the Empire's Navy only had 4 fleets in name, there were many factions in these 4 fleets. The various forces of the Empire were mixed in. If he wanted to shake the position of any of these factions, it was tantamount to declaring war on them. Yes, which part should he cut? It was easy to say, but it was too difficult to do. Russell was only the Deputy Chief of Staff of the Empire's Navy. Even if he was the governor of the Empire's Navy, or even the military chief, he couldn't easily make this decision. The only person who could possibly do this was probably the high and mighty His Majesty the Emperor. But for the Emperor, the only threat in his mind came from the Malar Empire. The Empire's Navy had never been valued by him. If this proposal was really proposed to him, the Emperor's first thought would be to simply cut off the entire Empire's Navy. In the end, since the establishment of the Empire's Navy, it had never brought any substantial benefits to the Empire. This was the most important reason why most people in the Empire didn't value the Empire's Navy. This situation hadn't improved in the 600 years since the establishment of the Empire's Navy. It also hadn't improved in the 20 years since Russell joined the Empire's Navy. In the foreseeable future, there still wouldn't be any improvement. Russell was helpless in this situation, so he could not think of a reason to convince Chief Eisler, so he could only leave in disappointment. The only thing worth being happy about is that the Fresteck Chamber of Commerce is only a small company in the Stantine Duchy. It's impossible for them to pose a real threat to our Royal Navy. Russell comforted himself in his heart, but he still felt a bit unsettled. When he had inspected the new flyer in the Principality of Constantine, even if he had only stayed for a few days, he had seen countless amazing places. In the depths of Russell's heart, there was always a laughable thought. This new flyer, it was like it came from another world. The messy magic machines that it made seemed like they did not belong to this continent. When he saw the normal magic machines in the Principality of Constantine, he didn't feel that deeply. But after seeing the new flyer's giant magic boats and seeing the incomparably strong battle strength of the new flyer's guard fleet, this feeling became deeper and deeper, making him more and more unsettled. He felt that if this new flyer kept developing like this, perhaps, it would become a threat to the entire Canla Empire. This thought appeared in Russell's mind again, and he couldn't help giving a laugh of self-ridicule. The Canla Empire was one of the two empires on the continent. It was a giant that the continent couldn't resist. Not to mention the new flyer being a small chamber of commerce in the Principality of Constantine. Even if it was the entire Principality of Constantine, the Canla Empire wouldn't even put it in their eyes. The uneasiness in his heart, because of the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce, was because he didn't understand the strange magic machines made by the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce. Thinking of this, Russell waved his hand at his private driver who was silently waiting for him. "Martin, do you know where I can buy the new flyer's magic machines in the city? Bring me there to take a look." Martin was stunned. Sir Russell finally came back to Wimbledon City from the Navy base on the coast. It was fine if he first reported to the Navy staff, but why did he want to see the new flyer's magic machines? Sir, what kind of magic machine do you want to see? Martin thought about it before asking this. What kind? Are there many kinds? When he asked this question, Russell immediately reacted. When he visited the new flyer, he had seen countless kinds of strange magic machines. Since the new flyer's magic machines were in Wimbledon City, of course there would be many kinds of them. Not only are there magic lamps for lighting, there are also magic stoves for cooking, magic rice cookers for cooking, and magic water heaters for boiling water. Martin began to introduce them to Russell one by one. The reason why he knew these magic machines like the back of his hand was because he wanted to buy some recently. He heard from the people he knew that these new flyer's magic machines were very convenient and easy to use, bringing many conveniences to his life. Even if he was just a driver, Sir Russell had always treated him well. Adding in the fact that there were many people who wanted to get close to Sir Russell through him, he had a bit of savings and didn't need to worry about the cost of these magic machines. "All right, just bring me there to take a look." Russell waved his hand and cut off Martin's narration. "Sir, please." When Martin reached out to help Russell into the carriage, he suddenly hesitated a bit before saying in a hesitant voice, "Sir, actually, I have a suggestion." "What suggestion?" Russell looked at him with a strange gaze. "How about you also buy a magic sedan?" Martin looked at Russell with an expectant look. Magic sedan? Russell was surprised. He quickly thought of the strange magic sedan that Ambassador Hakkinen had invited him to ride in when he went to inspect the new flyer. Yes, the magic sedan is much more comfortable than the horse carriage. The key thing is that it's very fast and very safe. 2 days ago, Baron Sudo's magic sedan crashed into Count Hussein's horse carriage in the city. Can you guess what happened? Count Hussein's horse carriage was completely smashed and Baron Sudo's magic sedan only had a hole in the front. The people inside were completely fine. The day after the crash, Count Hussein's family bought 3 magic sedans and said that they would never take a horse carriage out again. Other than that, hearing Martin talk about the various things he had seen in Wimbledon City over the past few days while praising the benefits of the magic rubber car, Russell's thoughts drifted to when he went to inspect the new flyer with Ambassador Hakkinen. Although he was surprised by the strange things he saw, what really shocked him was the magic airship that He had taken before. The magic sedan was indeed shocking, but compared to the magic airship, it was without a doubt lacking. If it was possible, he really wanted to have a magic airship. But it was a pity that the new flyer didn't mass-produce the magic airship, so he couldn't realize this wish. Okay, then let's go buy one. Russell suddenly nodded, interrupting Martin's words. It was too fast, I didn't see it all. Sir, have you decided to buy it? Since you think it's convenient, then I'll buy one. But when did the new flyer sell magic sedans in Wimbledon City? Didn't they only sell household magic machines before? Russell asked back. Sir, you haven't been back in several months, so you don't know. 3 months ago, there was a store in Wimbledon City that specialized in selling new flyer magic sedans. Look, you can see magic sedans all over Wimbledon City. They were all bought from that store. After saying this, Martin looked around before coming closer to Russell and saying in a low voice with a mysterious look, I've heard that the owner of this store came from the Lampari Kingdom and seems to be related to His Highness Frank. Oh. Russell slightly raised his brows. He thought that His Highness Frank had been in contact with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce in secret before. Could it be that this store represented His Highness Frank's cooperation with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce? But he didn't know that the cooperation between New Flyer and His Highness Frank had already come to an end. The owner behind this store was Baron Belil. He could open this store because of his relationship with His Highness Frank. But on the surface, other than selling new Flyer magic sedans, this store wasn't related to New Flyer at all. Russell thought for a bit before nodding to Martin. All right, let's go take a look at this store first. Seeing Russell agree, Martin immediately revealed a look of joy. He whipped the 2 horses pulling the carriage and drove the carriage out of the Royal Navy staff room. Chapter 746. This store that sold Sheenfei brand magic sedans wasn't located in Wimbledon City. Rather, it was on the outskirts of the city. It was a full 5 kilometers away from the closest southern city gate. The reason why they chose such a remote location was because Wimbledon City was just too tight, so every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. To open a store in Wimbledon City, other than needing strong connections, they also needed a large amount of capital. Because they needed to display all kinds of magic sedans, they needed a lot of space. So after Belil thought about it, he could only helplessly choose a store that was this far from Wimbledon City in a remote location. Compared to opening a store in Wimbledon City, although they had to build everything here and they had to prepare everything themselves, the advantage was that they had to start from scratch. Everything could be built according to Belil's ideas. After 2 months of preparation, this store named Belil's Magic Car Store officially opened. In the beginning, there was very little business in the store. They relied on Belil's relationship with His Highness Frank to advertise in the small circle of nobles in Wimbledon City to do a few business. But when the nobles of Wimbledon City discovered the great convenience brought by the magic sedans, it didn't take long for the magic sedans to become popular in the circle of nobles. Even the cheapest magic sedan cost at least 1,500 gold coins, but the demand still couldn't meet the demand. In the first month, this store only sold 7 magic sedans. But in the next 2 months, they sold a shocking 638 magic sedans, which was close to 100 times the sales of the first month. Moreover, this number was increasing at a shocking rate. Moreover, the people who bought magic sedans weren't just limited to Wimbledon City. The nobles of the other parts of the Canla Empire also received this news and came to order magic sedans. According to Belil's estimates, in this latest month, they might be able to sell 1,000 magic sedans in a single month. These magic sedans came directly from New Flyer. Putting aside the cost of each car and the cost of transportation, Belil earned at least 300 gold coins from them. Up to this point, the Belil Magic Car Store had sold over 1,000 units. This meant that in just 3 months, Belil had earned over 300,000 gold coins. Every time he did the financial statistics, Vivier would be overjoyed at his original wisdom. If he hadn't resolutely agreed to Su Yi's suggestion and came here to set up this trading company, how could he have earned as much as 300,000 gold coins in just 3 months? Now that he had earned a lot of money, he was naturally in a good mood every day and was all smiles. However, when Russell and Martin walked into the store, Belil glanced at them and his smile froze. Then, he put on an even brighter smile and personally went to greet them before the hostess could. He could tell at a glance that this middle-aged man with graying sideburns had a calm and noble temperament. He exuded an aura of someone who had been in a high position for a long time. He was definitely not one of the ordinary nobles that could be seen everywhere in Wimbledon City. "This customer, are you here to buy a magic sedan? Please take a look. We have many different styles of magic sedans here. You can choose any one you like. But for an honored customer like you, I especially recommend this new Flyer's newest E320 Extended Noble Magic Sedan. Look, it looks very noble and elegant. It suits someone of your status. Moreover, the color is very stable, showing off your calm aura." Russell was very interested in Belil's introduction. He looked at the pure, black magic sedan in the center of the hall while looking at Belil. He could tell that this young man should be a noble and wasn't a normal worker. If his guesses weren't wrong, this young man should be the owner of this store, Baron Belil from the Lampari Kingdom. Hearing that he was related to His Highness Frank, Russell seriously looked him over and found that he was a bit similar to His Highness Frank's concubine. Moreover, it said that His Highness Frank's concubine came from the Lampari Kingdom, so this rumor might be true. Patiently listening to Belil's introduction of the various advantages of this magic sedan, Russell was silent for a bit before suddenly asking, "This magic sedan is indeed very good, but there is a very serious problem." Belil was surprised. "What problem?" "This car is so close to the ground, so if there are any bumps on the ground, wouldn't it be easy to hit it? It's not a problem to drive it in the city, but I want to drive it to the south of the Empire. There are rocks all over there, so this car can't run, right?" Belil was a bit helpless. "This customer, I have to admit that the problem you're worried about is very realistic. There's no other way. This magic sedan is only suited for flat roads. It's not convenient for other roads. The Kamla Empire doesn't have enough roads right now, so there are many restrictions on it. But if you just drive it on the main roads of the city and the Empire, there won't be any problems. I can promise you that riding it will be at least several dozen times more comfortable than riding a traditional horse carriage." Russell nodded and had Belil open the door. Looking around, he found that the interior of this magic sedan was much higher class than the magic sedan he rode in Ambassador Hakkonen's magic sedan before. Moreover, it was much more spacious, so it was clearly better. With Belil's suggestion, he sat in it and found that it was indeed much more comfortable than riding in a horse carriage. "All right, how much is this magic sedan?" Russell asked Belil. Belil was surprised before happily saying, "Because this magic sedan is the latest model, and you can see how luxurious the interior is, as well as how beautiful the exterior is. Tell me, how much is it?" Russell waved his hand to cut Belil off. Belil quickly stretched out 4 fingers. "Since you're the first customer to buy the E320, I'll give you a special price for 1,000 gold coins." Martin on the side opened his eyes wide as he said in shock, "For 1,000 gold coins is a special price? What a joke." Belil smiled without saying a thing, just looking at Russell. Russell looked at the magic sedan, and without any hesitation, he nodded. "All right, this is it. Martin, go and pay the bill. I still need to talk to the store manager." Martin opened his mouth and helplessly went to the side to take care of the procedures. Belil respectfully led Russell to the tea area on the side and poured him a cup of tea before sitting down in front of him. Russell finally had the time to look around the interior of the store and found that it was a bit familiar. Thinking about it, he found that this kind of luxurious style was something he had seen quite a few times in the Principality of Constantine. It was said that it was a style that had been taught by the noble elves and combined with human aesthetics. "If my guesses aren't wrong, you should be the chairman of this company, Baron Belil, right?" Russell looked at Belil and asked this. Belil was surprised before saying with a smile, "I'm very sorry, I never introduced myself. Yes, I am the chairman here, Belil Stark. As for the title of Baron, since I came to the Kamla Empire, it's no longer important." Russell nodded and didn't keep asking about this. After thinking for a bit, he asked, "All right, Chairman Belil, you just said that the magic sedan isn't suited for the mountains in the south of the Empire, so I agree with that. But I know that even if the magic sedan isn't suited, there are other magic cars that are, right?" Belil was surprised again. "This customer, you mean I looked around before coming in and found that the sign here was Belil Magic Car Company and not Belil Magic Sedan Company, right? Since it's like this, other than the Magic Sedan, you should also be selling other kinds of magic cars, right? Seeing Russell's sharp eyes, Belil couldn't help freezing before saying with a smile, "Right, you really are observant." "That's right, it's true. Our company doesn't just sell magic sedans. We also sell other kinds of magic cars. But no one has ever been interested in magic cars other than the magic sedan, so I overlooked it." Then this customer, "What kind of magic car do you need? If you don't know how to choose, I can give you a detailed introduction." "We have." "No need." Russell waved his hand again, interrupting Belil's words. Russell waved his hand again. "If I really wanted to buy it, I should have contacted the new flyer and not come looking for you. I think it would have been cheaper that way." Belil couldn't help knitting his brows. This fellow was clearly one of the few people in the Kamla Empire who had some understanding of a new flyer. He even knew that he should contact the new flyer. But since he had his own channels, why did he come here to play with him? But thinking of how the other side had spent 4,000 gold coins to buy the newest magic sedan, he suppressed his unhappiness and said with a smile, "This customer, our company is the sole representative of the new flyer magic cars in the Kamla Empire. So if you want to buy other kinds of magic cars, I suggest you buy them from our company. This is because our company not only has the approval of the new flyer, we also have all kinds of certifications in the Kamla Empire, so we are the most formal stores. If you directly contact the new flyer, I'm afraid the Kamla Empire's side." Belil didn't say it, but he believed that the other side would understand. Russell shook his head with a smile. He thought that he didn't need to worry about the Empire's official procedures at all. No matter how unimportant the Empire's navy was, no one dared to stop the navy from increasing their armaments. Actually, he had just had an idea, but after talking to Belil, he found that this idea wasn't bad. He had seen quite a few of the transport magic cars produced by the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce in the Principality of Constantine, so he was very clear on the powerful transport capacity of these transport magic cars. If the logistics department of the Empire's navy could equip large amounts of these transport magic cars, the supply of the Empire's navy would definitely be greatly improved. But of course, he couldn't discuss this matter with Chairman Belil right now. The best method was to establish contact with the new flyer. Thinking of this, Russell didn't stay any longer and stood up to leave. He thought that he could just pay the money and drive the magic sedan away, but he never thought that the procedure would be this complicated and it couldn't be done in half a day. The most important thing was that according to what Belil said, he didn't have a driver's license and hadn't learned how to drive a magic car, so he couldn't drive it on the road. This was a small problem for Russell, so he threw this problem to Martin to solve before leaving. Belil had just sent Russell and Martin off when 3 different colored magic sedans came from a distance. They all came to a sudden stop at the door of the store. There were 4 youths who came out of the 3 magic sedans. They first looked at Russell with curiosity before charging to Belil's side. "Hey Belil, what are you still doing here? The race is about to begin." Without waiting for Belil to say anything, the 3 pulled him over and stuffed him into the magic sedan. After a while, the 3 magic sedans quickly started and disappeared into the distance. Russell, not far away, looked away and slightly knit his brows. He actually recognized these 3 youths who had suddenly appeared. They were all juniors of famous noble families in Wimbledon City. He never thought that they would be this close to Belil. The race they mentioned, could it be that it was a new trend in their circle? Chapter 747. Belil's letter and the report that came with it were sent to Sue 3 days later. Seeing that there were people in the Kamla Empire who were interested in the transport magic cars, Sue wasn't that surprised. Actually, compared to the magic sedans, Sue always felt that the transport and passenger magic cars were more practical. From a practical point of view, it was clear that the transport and passenger magic cars were more popular. In the Lampari Kingdom and the surrounding countries, the sales clearly reflected this. Since the new flyer started selling magic cars, they had sold less than 50,000 magic sedans. The transport and passenger magic cars had sold over 500,000, which was over 10 times the sales of the magic sedans. In the surrounding countries, the magic cars had already replaced the traditional horse carriages. Other than some nostalgic people using them, from the nobles to the citizens, whether it was going out or transporting goods, they all chose to use the magic cars. After all, compared to the traditional horse carriages, the magic cars far surpassed the traditional horse carriages, whether it was in terms of transport capacity, speed, or comfort. Even if there were people who couldn't afford the magic sedans, they would choose the new passenger magic cars or take the magic sedans that were popular in the Lampari Kingdom. They wouldn't choose to take the horse carriages. Of course, this was also because of the road networks in the surrounding countries, which created good transportation conditions for the magic cars. Su-yi first released the magic sedans in the Kamla Empire because he wanted to use the magic sedans to move the upper class of the Kamla Empire. He wanted them to be interested in the magic sedans so that they would be interested in building roads. When the Kamla Empire began building roads, it would be natural to promote the transport magic cars. But now that there were people who noticed the convenience of the transport magic cars and were interested in them, Su-yi naturally wouldn't reject them. The reason why Belil's company was called the Belil Magic Car Company and not the Belil Magic Sedan Company was Su-yi's idea to begin with. In Su-yi's reply to Belil, he clearly said that if there were people who wanted to buy transport or passenger magic cars, Belil would agree to it. Moreover, Su-yi promised Belil that the new Flyers magic car business in the Kamla Empire will be taken care of by Belil, which made Belil feel assured. As for the report that Belil sent, it was a report on the magic sedan race that Su-yi wanted him to be held in the Kamla Empire. It should be said that Belil was very quick. After being in the Kamla Empire for less than half a year, he had already become famous among the nobles in Wimbledon City. Moreover, he had successfully gathered some young nobles who loved magic sedans and car racing together to hold a race in private. According to Belil's description, this race was very popular among the young nobles in Wimbledon City. With his arrangements, it was already held once a week. After this, Belil would gradually formalize this race according to his plan. Then, with his relationship with Prince Frank, he would make this race open and transparent, making it a formal race that everyone would pay attention to. Therefore, Belil needed Su-yi to give him some support. For example, they were lacking a proper racetrack and an experienced manager. Su-yi had already prepared these requests for Belil, so naturally it wasn't a problem. Based on Belil's report, if everything went smoothly, they might be able to hold their first race in Wimbledon City by the end of the year. This was very good news for Su-yi because it meant that the magic sedans would receive public attention in Wimbledon City. It meant that the new Flyers products would enter the Kamla Empire's market for the first time. Other than this, there was another piece of good news. It was that Ambassador Hakkinen had used some unknown relationship to finally get the Kamla Empire to agree to him building a private road in the Kamla Empire's southwest province. This road would start from the border between the Norton Duchy and the Kamla Empire, going through the entire southwest province. Even if it didn't connect to Wimbledon City, like Su-yi expected, it was already 700 kilometers long. It could become the main road of the Kamla Empire's southwest province. The total cost of this road was 1.5 million gold coins. In name, it was built by Ambassador Hakkinen and the Kamla Empire's southwest province governor's manor. Ambassador Hakkinen had contributed 1 million gold coins, and the Kamla Empire's southwest province governor's manor had contributed 500,000 gold coins. But in reality, the 1 million gold coins Ambassador Hakkinen had contributed was split between the New Flyer and the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce. Ambassador Hakkinen had only contributed in name. As for the 500,000 gold coins the Kamla Empire's southwest province governor's manor had contributed in name, it had been offset by the various preferential policies for this road. In reality, they didn't need to pay a single gold coin. These preferential policies were, of course, only in name. For example, after the road was paved, the southwest province governor's manor would support the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce's construction team, helping the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce collect the land along the road, as well as helping the people move along the road. But in reality, there were many things the southwest province governor's manor would say. At most, they would send 1 or 2 people to help. The real work would be done by the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, in order for these people to work hard, the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce had to take care of them in private, paying a large amount of hidden funds for this. Faced with this situation, Chairman Cruz was naturally filled with complaints. Damn, this is definitely the most depressing road I've ever built. Chairman Cruz cursed without any politeness. When we build roads here, it's the nobles and officials who beg me, saying good things for us. But when it comes to the Kamla Empire to build roads, we have to beg them and say good things for them. Damn, this is building roads for them, creating convenience for them. In the end, they have to make things hard for us. Are these fellows idiots? Seeing Chairman Cruz's angry appearance, Sui laughed. He waved his hand and comforted him. All right, this is the Kamla Empire's first road after all. It's already a success if we can build it. You have to have confidence in the road you built. Think about it. Once this road is built, those fellows in the Kamla Empire will see how easy it is to use. So how could they not want to build a few more roads? When they beg you to help them build roads, you won't have to be so dejected. Chairman Cruz heavily snorted. When that time comes, see if I don't make them pay a price. Sui smiled. He didn't have any objections to Chairman Cruz's idea. Not only did the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce suffer when dealing with the Kamla Empire, the New Flyer also often suffered because of the arrogance of this huge empire when dealing with the Kamla Empire. If he could make the Kamla Empire pay a price, Sui wouldn't be polite at all. Don't worry about the Kamla Empire for the time being. We'll be very anxious when the time comes. Sui paused and said, right now, those slaves are already in place on the islands, but there are only some simple houses on those islands. It can't be considered a place to settle them down, so I hope you can send enough people as soon as possible to build houses on those islands. Chairman Cruz frowned. Sui, you also know how troublesome it is to build houses on those islands, right? The manpower is still fine, but it's not as easy to supply some of the necessary building materials on land. Speaking of which, why do you have to send those slaves to those islands? If you're really like what others are worried about and bring the slaves back to the Principality of Constantine, then you have to let them return to their civilian status. If it's not easy to control them, then it's the same to throw them on the Black Rice Wasteland. Anyway, the Black Rice Wasteland still belongs to the Lampari Kingdom in name. They didn't pass the Slave Abolition Act. No, I'm not worried about this. Sui smiled and shook his head. And in fact, after I accepted those slaves, I already abolished their slave status. They're now just ordinary civilians. Chairman Cruz stared blankly. It can't be. Did you really restore them to commoners? You can't be that stupid, right? Stupid? Sui shrugged. I don't think so. I've already said that the identity of slaves is a big obstacle to liberating their productivity. Only by solving this identity problem can I bring out the value of their bodies. But if they were restored to their civilian status, why would they listen to your arrangements? Chairman Cruz asked with a frown. It's very simple, benefits. Sui replied with a smile. Perhaps you don't know these slaves well. In fact, even if they were restored to their civilian status because they were slaves before, even if they continue to stay here, they would still be discriminated against and not be accepted by most people. Thus, even if they were restored to their civilian status, almost all of them still obeyed my arrangements and settled down on the islands I arranged for them. Moreover, even if they weren't slaves, they all took the initiative to recognize me as their lord. I still have jurisdiction over them. Chairman Cruz frowned and looked at Sui for a long time, then slowly shook his head. Sui, to be honest, sometimes I really feel that you are a very hypocritical guy. Oh, what do you mean? You clearly need these slaves to completely obey you, but you want to occupy a noble name. I say, why do you have to do this? Even if you really use them as slaves, no one will blame you. In any case, the history of slaves on this continent has been around for thousands of years. Your way of doing things is very strange. Sui was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. Perhaps you are right. I am a hypocritical guy. The reason why I have to go through so much trouble is actually for my own peace of mind. Saying that I want to liberate the productivity of these slaves is just an excuse. Chairman Cruz frowned even more. That's why I don't understand. Why would you have this kind of idea? Why would using slaves make you feel uneasy? This is too strange. Sui shook his head, thinking that it was because he came from Earth, a civilization far superior to this world. Since he was young, he had received an equal education. Moreover, he had seen countless attacks on the slavery system in books since he was young, so he had a deep hatred for it. But this involved his biggest secret. How could he explain it to Chairman Cruz? Chapter 748. Since Sue-E announced the steel-making technology and needed to exchange slaves for it, in the past few months, New Flyer had already taken in over 30,000 slaves. Sue-E sent these slaves to the islands on the sea, using them as the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's people to control these islands. There were big and small islands. The big ones could hold over 10,000 people, and the small ones could only hold several hundred people. After the 30,000 slaves were sent, only a small half of them were filled. There were still several dozen islands that Sue-E didn't have enough manpower for. Sue-E wasn't too worried about this. Anyway, this island chain would take a long time and the investment was large, so of course it couldn't be finished in a short period of time. According to the plan, the initial islands to be built were mainly in the seas around the Principality of Constantine, the seas around the Black Rice Wasteland to the north, and the seas around the Kingdom of Ruhr to the south. After building all these islands, the next step was to build the islands in the seas to the south of the Kanla Empire and the islands in the seas around the Sac Kingdom. Hashtag April of year 3787. The early spring in the Principality of Constantine was already as hot as the early summer in other places. At this time of the year, the beach of the New Flight Commerce main base would be filled with people during their free time. Bikini swimwear had already become popular in the Principality of Constantine. So looking at the beach, one would see beautiful women in bikini swimwear walking around. They might be snow white or healthy bronze skin bodies moving back and forth on the beach, dazzling people. However, the situation on the beach today was different from normal. People's eyes weren't focused on the bodies on the beach. Rather, they were looking at the sea. Today was the day the New Flyer's transport fleet returned. It was different from the usual transport fleet. This time, the transport fleet had crossed over 5,000 kilometers of sea, heading to the easternmost coast of the continent before returning. It was said that this time the New Flyer had reached a cooperation agreement with the Nozdorma Business Union Kingdom on the east coast. Both sides had reached their first cooperation through the New Flyer's transport fleet. Since the New Flyer's transport fleet had transported a large amount of goods from here, when they came back, they should be transporting a large amount of goods from the Nozdorma Business Union Kingdom. The Principality of Constantine was in the southwest corner of the signs, and the Nozdorma messengers were in the southeast corner of the continent. The two were separated by over 5,000 kilometers. For most people, this was a distance that they couldn't cross in their entire lives. If the New Flyer hadn't reached a cooperation with the Nozdorma Business Union Kingdom and used the powerful New Flyer's transport fleet to contact the other party, it was likely that most people in the Principality of Constantine wouldn't have had any contact with this country. Now that the New Flyer's transport fleet had returned from the Nozdorma Business Union Kingdom, they would definitely bring back a lot of rare treasures that could only be found there. It would definitely be an eye-opener. Therefore, after knowing that the New Flyer's transport fleet would arrive today, countless people gathered on the beach, enjoying the sea breeze while looking forward to the arrival of the transport fleet. Hey, Chairman Sue, do you really think the Nozdorma Business Union Kingdom is worth investing in? In Sue-Yi's private manor on a cliff not far from the beach, a fat middle-aged man withdrew his gaze from the sea in the distance and turned to ask Sue-Yi. Hearing his question, the dozens of men dressed as merchants gathered on the platform near the cliff all focused their gazes on Sue-Yi with doubts in their eyes. These dozens of people were all chairmen of magic machine chambers of commerce that had a close relationship with the New Flyer. Today, they were specially gathered by Sue-Yi to discuss the matter of investing in the Nozdorma Business Union Kingdom with them. Although these chairmen had earned a lot of benefits from their cooperation with the New Flyer over the years, and were very confident in Sue-Yi, they were very hesitant about Sue-Yi's proposal to invest in the Nozdorma Business Union Kingdom. In the end, the Nozdorma Business Union Kingdom was too far away. It was over 5,000 kilometers away from here, which was equivalent to two different worlds to them. Naturally, they couldn't be at ease. Purely from a business point of view, I have to say that it is very worth it. Su Yi's gaze swept over the people around him and nodded with a smile. The Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom is equivalent to the Lampari Kingdom before the new flyer appeared. It can be said that it is a complete blank in terms of magic machines. If there's a chamber of commerce that is willing to open up a market there, they can easily occupy that market. Everyone looked at each other and nodded in unison. But Chairman Su, if this is your idea, then why didn't the new flyer monopolize it and invite us to go together? Another person asked. Su, he spread his hands and calmly said, my point of view has always been that everyone can earn money. Since this market is very promising, then I naturally hope that everyone can explore it together and earn the benefits that they need. Everyone was silent for a moment and couldn't help but nod in unison. If these words were said by someone else, they would only feel that it was hypocritical. But Su Yi had always supported the development of his peers, so no one felt that Su Yi was lying. I know that you're all worried about investing in the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom because it is too far away from here. But I have to remind everyone that as a qualified merchant, we must have a certain level of adventurous spirit when necessary. As the saying goes, benefits always coexist with risks. Then, conversely, risks also coexist with benefits. Taking some risks to obtain enough benefits. Isn't this the awareness that we merchants should have? Everyone was silent for a moment. Then a merchant coughed softly and said, Chairman Su, you are right. But I think, before the representative of the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom arrives, there is no point in us saying so much. Su Yi smiled and nodded. Yes, when the representative arrives, I think it will be easier for you to make a decision. Seeing these people easily change the topic to the various businesses they were currently doing, Su Yi sighed inwardly. Among the merchants here, there were many companies under their names that had been established with the support of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. When they were first established, the chairmen of these chambers of commerce were full of adventurous spirit. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made the decision to invest in a magic machine industry that had no precedent. But now, after a few years of development, these chambers of commerce had reached a certain scale, and these chairmen had begun to have the idea of being content with just a little wealth and became less willing to take risks. This made Su Yi a little disappointed in them. In terms of development speed and current scale, New Flyer undoubtedly crushed these chambers of commerce in the magic machine industry. But as the chairman of New Flyer, Su Yi still had an extremely adventurous spirit. Not to mention investing in the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom that was more than 5,000 kilometers away. If the conditions were right, it wouldn't be a problem for him to invest in another continent. Of course, this was because of the difference in vision between the two sides. Su Yi had transmigrated from Earth, so he was already used to the concept of a global village. 5,000 kilometers wasn't an obstacle for Su Yi, but for the people of the signs who were used to never leaving their birthplace for several hundred kilometers, it was no different from a natural moat. Thinking of this, Su Yi didn't urge them or force them to do it. He believed that this world didn't lack people who were willing to take risks. After the representative of the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom arrived, he believed that there would be people who would see the business opportunity and be willing to take these risks. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Su Yi still didn't receive any news of the fleet returning. He couldn't help doubtfully looking at the sea to the south, but he couldn't see a single trace of the large transport magic ships. This made him a bit curious. Narvel had sent news from Nissi Harbor 7 days ago, confirming that they would be returning today. According to his habit, he would choose to return in the morning each time, making it easier to deliver the goods on the same day. However, now that the morning was about to pass, there was still no trace of the transport fleet, which was a bit strange. Looking at the people chatting around him, Su Yi didn't say anything as he calmly waited. But after another hour, it was clearly past lunchtime, but there was still no news. The people present felt that something was wrong, so they gradually stopped talking and looked at Su Yi. Su Yi knit his brows and had everyone wait. He quickly walked into a small room in the manner and took out the small magic communicator from his chest before pressing a button. "Hey, I am Sui. Evita. Immediately send out the magic airship and search the coast of the south, find traces of the transport fleet." The communicator was silent for a bit before Evita's surprised voice sounded. "Yes, Chairman, I'll set out immediately." After a while, Sui came out of the manor and looked to the south. He saw a magic airship slowly rise into the air before quickly flying to the south. "Chairman Sui, did something happen?" There was a voice that came from behind him. Sui looked back and found that the chairman who had been on the platform had come to the front yard at an unknown time. They were all looking at Sui with surprised looks. "It's nothing. There was a small accident," Sui said with a smile. Everyone looked at each other, clearly not believing him. When Sui was prepared to have everyone wait on the platform, the magic communicator in his hand rang again. Sui knit his brows and walked to the side to pick up the magic communicator. Evita's voice sounded with a bit of panic in her voice. "Chairman, we found the transport fleet, but they seem to be surrounded by people." Chapter 749. Sui knit his brows. It had been less than half an hour since Evita's magic airship had set off, which meant that the transport fleet she found was at most 10 kilometers away. In a place this close to the new Flight Commerce main base, there was actually someone who dared to attack the new Flyers transport fleet. Do they not want to stay here anymore? "Evita, report the position of the transport fleet. Tell me what the situation is. Do you need any support from the guards?" Sui said in a cold voice. Evita's surprised voice came from the other side of the magic communicator. "Strange." They stopped. "Sir Chairman, there shouldn't be a problem. The ships surrounding the transport fleet have all scattered. It seems like they've given up on attacking." "Want to run?" Sui gave a cold laugh. "Evita, pass down my orders to Narvel. Send out the guard ships of the transport fleet and capture at least 1 or 2 ships for me, as well as some people. I want to see who is bold enough to attack our new Flyers fleet. Other than that, follow the escaping ships in the sky and see where they're planning to go. I'll send another magic airship to follow you." "Got it," Evita replied. After a while, her voice came from the magic communicator again. "Sir Chairman, Narvel has already received the orders I gave him. He asked, should we destroy all the enemy ships and bring them back? No need. Just capture some people and ask them about the situation. There are still many people waiting for the transport fleet to come back." "All right." Putting down the magic communicator in his hand, Sui looked up at the southwest sky again. He found that there was another magic airship flying into the sky, flying towards Evita's magic airship like a dark cloud. This magic airship should be the one that Akali was commanding. It had only been 2 months since it was built, so it hadn't been tested yet. But based on Evita's team's long-term testing of the magic airship, there were no problems with the performance and quality of this medium-sized magic airship. According to Evita's report, it could already enter the mass production stage. The reason why they only made 1 more was to be cautious. With the strength of the new Flyers Guard fleet and the 2 magic airships, naturally, they didn't need to worry about moving. Sui looked away from the sky, and when he turned around, he found that the chairman of the companies were staring at him with curious looks. "Everyone, go back and take a seat. The transport fleet encountered a small accident, but it won't affect them. I think that they'll be back in an hour at most. It's time for lunch. I think that everyone should be hungry. I've already had people prepare lunch. How about everyone come with me for lunch?" Sui said with a smile. Everyone looked at each other. The fat middle-aged man who was the first to ask Sui pointed at the magic communicator in Sui's hand and asked, "Chairman Sui, if my guesses aren't wrong, this should be the magic communicator that your new flyer developed that can be used to make long-distance calls, right?" Although the magic communicator had been developed a long time ago, Sui felt that there were many limitations to it, so he never released it to the market and didn't sell it to the public. Although the chairman of the other companies had already heard about it, and had heard some information about the magic communicator, they had never used it before, so naturally they were very curious. Now that they saw Sui talking to others through the magic communicator, naturally they were filled with curiosity. "Yes." Sui nodded. He raised a magic communicator in his hand and showed it to everyone. This magic communicator is the third-generation magic communicator developed by our company. Right now, it can directly talk to another person with a magic communicator within 5,000 meters. Everyone sucked in a breath of air. Oh my God, it can actually talk to someone 5,000 meters away. This is too amazing. Yes, in the past, only a magus could use a spatial sound transmission magic array, right? Could it be that this magic communicator actually uses such a high-level magic array? No wonder New Flyer hasn't been willing to sell it to the public. The cost of using such a high-level magic array must be terrifying. Yes, listening to everyone's discussion, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He only didn't sell the magic communicator to the public because it wasn't practical enough. But he didn't expect that this magic communicator would leave such a mysterious and high-end impression in everyone's minds. A spatial sound transmission magic array that only a magus could use? Don't joke, in the entire New Flyer, there was only one magus, and that was Magus. Sui had never heard Mentor Carmilla mention this spatial sound transmission magic array before. Perhaps even he hadn't grasped it yet. However, Sui didn't plan on explaining it clearly to them. It was good to let them have a mysterious impression of the magic communicator. This way, when the magic communicator was released to the public, they wouldn't have any objections if the price was a bit higher. After eating lunch with everyone, Sui received a report that the transport fleet had returned safely. He didn't see any traces of an intense battle on Narvel's body, so Sui didn't ask. Instead, he followed the plan and represented New Flyer to receive the delegation sent by the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. At the same time, he had the delegation meet with the various Chamber of Commerce presidents. Before the official meeting, the Chamber of Commerce presidents were still doubtful about investing in the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. But after the official meeting, they saw the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom's precious products that the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom's delegation brought. Everyone could clearly see the great commercial value of the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. So after an afternoon of discussion at the banquet held by New Flyer to welcome the delegation of the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom in the evening, everyone had a good chat and the atmosphere was extremely harmonious. In this situation, not many people noticed that the host of the banquet had unknowingly become the CEO of New Flyer, Kennard, and President Sui was nowhere to be found. Hashtag, Sir Chairman, we've already obtained the confessions of these fellows. They all came from the Crust Kingdom that is around 500 kilometers to the northwest. The Frestac Chamber of Commerce's guard Captain Hart reported to Sui in a deep voice. Cruise Kingdom? Sui frowned. What kind of kingdom is that? How come I've never heard of it? In front of him, there were a few young men lying on the ground like drowning dogs. They looked extremely miserable. They were a part of the people that Narvel captured from the ships that attacked the New Flyer's transport fleet. After capturing these fellows, Hart led his men to interrogate them. Now, they had already gotten some information from their mouths. Sui didn't doubt the truth of the confessions that Hart and the others obtained because under the elf guard Captain Ferrio's illusion magic, no one would lie. This, President, you might not have heard of the Cruise Kingdom, but you might have an impression of the cruise pirates. Hart said, Cruise pirates? Sui frowned and thought for a bit before shaking his head. I still don't have an impression of it. All right, this Cruise Kingdom occupies all the islands in the sea, 500 kilometers northwest of here. In name, it is called the Cruise Pirates Thousand Island Union Kingdom. But in reality, it is just a group of pirates that lived on different islands united to form a large pirate group. This so-called Cruise Kingdom usually does things like robbing on the sea. It can't be considered a real kingdom. Hart said with a face of disdain. Is that so? Then why don't I have any impression of them? Sui asked in a puzzled voice. Because they are mainly active in the northern seas of the continent and have never come to the south, so it is normal that you haven't heard of them. Sui was even more puzzled. Since it's like this, why did they suddenly come to rob our company's fleet? Could it be that there is nothing in the north for them to rob? Hart and Ferrio on the side looked at each other with strange expressions. President, according to the confessions we just obtained, these guys, were ordered by someone to rob our company's transport fleet. So he was slightly stunned before narrowing his eyes. After thinking for a bit, he said with a cold snort, then, "Did our company offend someone for them to send a pirate group to rob us?" Hart shook his head and helplessly said, "These guys are only small fries. They don't know much, and we can't get anything out of them. They're just a bunch of cannon fodder. There's no point in asking them." He pondered for a moment before suddenly clapping his hands and taking a deep breath. "Well then, since we can't get anything out of them, let's ask those guys who know more." Hart stared blankly for a moment before he straightened his legs and stood up straight. He replied loudly, "Here." This time, our escort fleet was attacked near the company's coastal waters. This proves that our company's defensive strength is still lacking. As the captain of the escort team, I hope you can come up with a complete defensive plan as soon as possible to ensure that no ships can enter our company's coastal waters without our company's permission. Can you do that? Hart pondered for a moment. "President, I'm afraid we will need to invest more. Money is not a problem." He waved his hand. "Good, then no problem." He nodded and continued. "Apart from that, immediately mobilize the second escort fleet and cooperate with the escort team to launch an attack on this cruise kingdom." Hart and Ferrio were both startled. They didn't expect to have such a big reaction to this matter. It was just a transport fleet that was robbed, and the robbery wasn't successful. Instead, the other party's heads were blown off by the escort team. Sir President actually sent the escort fleet and the escort team to launch an attack on this cruise kingdom. Wasn't this a bit too intense? No, this isn't intense at all. There is actually such a huge pirate group, less than 500 kilometers away from our new flight commerce main base. This shouldn't be allowed to happen. Now that they have the audacity to provoke our new flyer, if we don't teach them a lesson, wouldn't people think that our new flyer is easy to bully? He coldly snorted. Hart and Ferrio looked at each other, thinking that what Sir President said was correct. But to attack a kingdom with great fanfare because of this matter, wasn't this a bit too excessive? Chapter 750. The Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom's delegation stayed in the Principality of Constantine for half a month. During this time, not only did they inspect the Principality of Constantine, they also made contact with many companies from the Lampari Kingdom, the Lure Kingdom, and the other surrounding countries. In just half a month, as many as 16 chambers of commerce from the surrounding countries had confirmed their intention to invest in the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. Among them, more than 30 chambers of commerce had expressed the same interest. This result made the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom's delegation very satisfied, showing that they had gained a lot from this trip. Of course, everyone understood that if it wasn't for the appearance of the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's transport fleet, allowing the Frestac Chamber of Commerce to transport people 5,000 kilometers away, this cooperation wouldn't have been possible. It should be said that this cooperation was very beneficial for both sides. Because they were too far away, both sides didn't have any contact before. So through this contact, both sides found that the other side had many resources that they couldn't ask for. If this cooperation went smoothly, both sides would obtain large benefits. For example, the Principality of Constantine had large amounts of high-end and rainforest wood. The Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom had many swamps. So other than producing many rare plants that could be used to refine many precious herbs and magic materials, they also produced many rare animals that had a strong value. It was because the large amount of products brought by the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom's delegation attracted the attention of many companies that they finally made the decision to cooperate with the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. Of all the cooperation, the focus of everyone's attention was naturally the cooperation between the new flyer and the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. According to the information brought by the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom's delegation, the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom had already built 2 deep water harbors for large magic boats. This meant that the new flyer could easily transport large amounts of goods and people to the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. So in this half a month, the New Flyer had reached many agreements with the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. According to the agreement, the New Flyer would first invest in a steel mill, a fertilizer factory, and an agricultural magic machine factory in the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. They would first help the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom solve the most basic food production problem. Then the New Flyer would establish a small household magic machine production base in the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. But this production base wasn't completely owned by the New Flyer. Rather, the New Flyer and the other 17 small household magic machine companies in the Lampari Kingdom worked together. Among them, the New Flyer only provided a name. Not only did they not produce any products, they only sold a small amount of Shinfei brand. This was equivalent to handing over the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom's market to other chambers of commerce. Correspondingly, the other 17 household magic machine companies promised the New Flyer that they would strictly follow the standards set by the New Flyer for household magic machines. Other than this, these 17 companies would also help the Amsterdam Chamber of Commerce with the construction of roads in the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom, helping the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom with the construction of roads. This was the most important reason why the New Flyer gave up the market they had opened in the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. It was very simple. They didn't have enough people. Even if there were many nobles in the Lampari Kingdom who used their slaves to exchange for steel-making technology from the New Flyer, the number of nobles in the Lampari Kingdom was limited, and the number of nobles willing to exchange slaves for technology was even more limited. So other than the large amount of slaves that the New Flyer took in the beginning, there were fewer and fewer of them, and there wasn't a single one recently. This caused the growth of the New Flyer's manpower to stagnate and force Su Yi to give up a lot of plans that required a lot of manpower. Originally, he planned to build a complete New Flyer base in the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom and strive to control the entire Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom. With this base as a foundation, he would expand the influence of the New Flyer and eventually influence the entire southeastern corner of the Signs. However, the lack of manpower limited this idea and forced him to give up the market in the Nozdormu Business Union Kingdom to cooperate with other magic machine companies to build this plan. In Su Yi's heart right now, the problem of not having enough people had already become his biggest problem. He had countless plans for the development of a New Flyer, but he was always limited by manpower and had to postpone it. This made him feel helpless. After all, the Principality of Constantine was only a small country. The entire population of the Principality was less than 1 million people, and the available labor force was less than 400,000 people. Of course, the New Flyer couldn't get all 400,000 people in their hands because they had to leave behind a lot of labor force to do some other necessary work. In addition, the labor force in the Principality of Constantine wasn't well educated, and their overall quality was far inferior to the people recruited in the Lampari Kingdom and the Kingdom of Ruhr. Therefore, they weren't of much help to the New Flyer. Now that the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce had over 150,000 employees, less than half of them came from the Principality of Constantine. The other half came from the Lampari Kingdom, a small part came from the Kingdom of Ruhr, and the rest came from other races. It was impossible to make the population of the Principality of Constantine explode, so in order to increase the available labor force, Su Yi imitated the vocational training school in Banda City and opened a large number of vocational training schools in the Principality of Constantine. It was different from the vocational training school in Banda City. The vocational training schools in the Principality of Constantine were completely free. The only requirement for the students was that they had to work in the New Flyer after they finished their studies. This condition wasn't a restriction for most people. Rather, it was a kind of temptation because working in the New Flyer was something that many people dreamed of. So after these vocational training schools were opened, not only did countless people in the Principality of Constantine sign up, even people from the Lampari Kingdom, the Kingdom of Ruhr, the Drake Duchy, the Mirando Duchy, and the Norton Duchy all came from afar to receive training. In the first semester of the vocational training schools this year, there were over 30,000 people who signed up. He believed that as long as they were given another 2 or 3 years, when these students all graduated, they would be able to solve the manpower problem of the New Flyer. But before this, Su he still had a headache over the manpower problem. But at this time, an unexpected situation occurred that allowed Sue-E to see a glimmer of hope. The Nozdorma Business Union Kingdom delegation stayed in the Principality of Constantine for half a month before setting off with a new flyer transport fleet, as well as the representatives sent by the companies, carrying large amounts of construction materials as they left the Principality of Constantine, returning to the Nozdorma Business Union Kingdom. After they left, Sue-E immediately ordered the new flyer guards to attack the Cruz Kingdom. Just as Hart had said, the so-called Cruz Kingdom was nothing more than a large pirate colony formed by a group of pirates. It was completely different from a real country. The new flyers' attack on the Cruz Kingdom was just a group of pirates. As for the battle strength of these pirates, perhaps they were a bit stronger than the pirates Leslie encountered in the southern seas of the Kingdom of Ruhr and the southern seas of the Canla Empire, but in front of the powerful new flyer guard fleet, there was no doubt that they weren't enough. Sue-E didn't care about the specifics of the battle because he was very clear that with the powerful firepower provided by the guard ships that far surpassed this era and the various military magic machines, the new flyers' guard ships couldn't be matched by anyone on the endless seas. And the facts were just as he expected. From the start of the operation, the news sent back were all reports of victory. The Frestac Chamber of Commerce's second guard fleet, led by Hart, was invincible on the endless seas, easily defeating all the naval forces of the Crust Kingdom. In the news Sue-E received, apart from the changes in the number of ships sunk every day, it was basically the same news every day. The guard fleet won again. In less than 20 days of the operation, the new flyers' second guard fleet, led by Hart, went around every island in the territory of the Cruz Kingdom and didn't encounter any real obstacles. Among them, all the ships of the pirates under the Cruz Kingdom didn't even touch the new flyers' guard fleet. After 20 days, the new flyers' second guard fleet didn't encounter any resistance. The Marines successfully boarded the Cruz Island that was known as the capital of the Cruz Kingdom and easily conquered the Cruz Palace on the island. They also captured the current king of the Cruz Kingdom alive. Sue-E wasn't surprised by the results of the battle. The only thing he cared about was why the so-called Cruz Kingdom was looking for death and suddenly attacked the new flyers' transport fleet. But in the news sent back by Hart, there was a piece of information that caught his attention. The captured king of the Cruz Kingdom said that the Cruz Kingdom was actually formed by a group of exiled slaves who couldn't bear the torture of the noble lords. Now that it was captured by the new flyer, as long as Sue-E was willing to spare the lives of all the people of the Cruz Kingdom, they were willing to restore their status as slaves and return to the name of Sue-E. Chapter 751. AI Way. Joao walked into the military magic machine research room of the Sac Kingdom's army headquarters and found that the atmosphere in the room was much heavier than normal. Turning his gaze, he saw that everyone else in the room had a grave expression on their faces. AI Way. Joao couldn't help but smile bitterly as he slowly shook his head. As the manager of the Staff Officer Department, in charge of researching how to deal with the military magic machines used by the Lampuri Kingdom's army last August, of course he had received the news earlier than his subordinates, so naturally he knew why their expressions were so serious. The news that caused such a large reaction came from the endless seas to the west of the Sac Kingdom. The Cruz Kingdom that was 300 kilometers southwest of the Sac Kingdom's west coast had fallen a week ago. Then, 3 days ago, the Cruz Kingdom was declared extinct. There was only one reason for the destruction of this maritime kingdom, and that was the New Flyer. A month ago, when the New Flyer sent out a fleet with the intention of launching an attack on the Kingdom of Cruz, Ivy League's fleet, including those of the New Flyer, was among those who were present. Including Joao, everyone in the Sac Kingdom's army headquarters was prepared to watch a good play. Even though the Cruz Kingdom was just an amalgamation of pirates and couldn't be considered a real country, its strength couldn't be compared to the real countries on the continent. However, as a maritime kingdom, the Cruz Kingdom's strength in the endless seas was still quite outstanding. Countless pirates made use of their vast number of pirate ships, coupled with their rich experience in the endless seas, to forcibly control the waters around the Cruz Kingdom. Even if it was the Sac Kingdom, because their navy wasn't that strong, they couldn't compete with the Cruz Sac Kingdom at sea. Moreover, the Sac Kingdom's army believed that unless the Cruz Kingdom sought death and took the initiative to offend the Malar Empire and the Kanla Empire, making those two empires attack them. With the strength of the Cruz Kingdom on the seas, even on the continent, there wasn't a single country that could do anything to them. Therefore, now that New Flyer had suddenly launched an attack on the Cruz Kingdom, what awaited them was a tragic defeat. But the facts were outside everyone's expectations. From the beginning, the New Flyers Guard fleet didn't meet any resistance. They crushed all the resistance of the Cruz Kingdom, and in less than 20 days, in less than a month, they had captured all the islands under the Cruz Kingdom. They had even captured the capital and captured the current king of the Cruz Kingdom. This kind of battle situation shocked everyone. The Sac Kingdom's army had clashed with the Cruz Kingdom several times before, so they knew how strong they were on the seas. But even with this strength, they couldn't stop the New Flyer Kingdom's army. They couldn't even slow them down. Kingdoms, 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 kingdom. In the beginning, there were many people didn't flyer, but as more and more news came and they received more and more confirmation, everyone had no choice but to accept this fact. But this fact meant that there was another fact that everyone had to face. The New Flyers Guard fleet was just too strong. Since the first day the New Flyer Kingdom attacked the Cruz Kingdom, the Sac Kingdom's army headquarters had been collecting information through various channels. Among the military magic machines research team, Ivy Joao paid close attention to this because their main job was to study how to deal with the military magic machines developed by the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce. However, the information they received was very vague because the battles were all very short, so there wasn't much information. Of course, looking at it from another angle, there was no doubt that the New Flyers Guard fleet was very strong. It made it so that the Cruz Kingdom's pirates couldn't resist them for long. They didn't even have a chance to display their true strength. However, the more it was like this, the more it was given to Ivy Joao, the more pressure it brought to Joao and his subordinates. With the New Flyers Guard fleet being this strong, how could they think of a countermeasure? Sir Joao, this is the battle report from last night. Please take a look. One of his subordinates walked over with a document in his hand. Ivy Joao. Joao took the document and squeezed it in his hand before helplessly shaking his head. This document was as thin as before, which was enough to prove that there wasn't much information worth paying attention to. As expected, when he opened the report, he found that there was only a brief description of how the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's guard fleet captured the Krusk Kingdom's capital, the Krusk Island. It did mention that the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's guards had used large amounts of magic repeating crossbows and magic rockets, but it didn't mention Ivy E at all. What Joao cared about the most was the New Flyers Guard fleet's battle. After roughly flipping through the report, Ivy Joao tossed it aside. After pondering for a moment, he raised his head and glanced at everyone in the room. He said in a deep voice, "All right, now that the battle between the New Flyers Guard fleet and the Cruz Kingdom is over, we need to make a summary report of the battle and submit it to the General Staff. What do you think we should say about the New Flyers Guard fleet's battle strength?" Everyone in the room looked at each other, and no one spoke for a long time. Seeing the heavy expression on everyone's face, Joao sighed. Joao sighed and did not force them. He just asked his two deputies to prepare the report and turned to leave the room. After walking out of the military magic machine research room, Ivy Joao walked out of the door. After turning two corners, Joao arrived at the General Staff Headquarters' first staff room. He pushed the door open without any hesitation. Several staff officers in the first staff room were discussing something around a table. When they heard someone push the door open, they all frowned and looked over. "Joao, what's the matter?" Staff Officer Remington, who Joao was familiar with, asked. "Ivy Joao." Joao's gaze fell on the table around which everyone was gathered. He saw a map on the table. Large areas of the map were marked in blue. It was clearly a map with the theme of the sea. Seeing this map, Ivy Joao immediately understood. Of course, Joao understood that the staff officers of the First Department were also studying the war between the Frestec Chamber of Commerce and the Crush Kingdom. I'm here to make a suggestion. Facing the gazes of all the staff officers, Ivy League's Deputy Secretary, Zhao Hai nodded. Zhou's expression was abnormally serious. I suggest that the General Staff Headquarters raise the new flyer to the highest level. No matter what method we use, we must find out as much information about the new flyer as possible. Otherwise, the kingdom's fate will be the same as the Cruise Kingdom's. Ivy Zhou. Zhou's words were a bit serious. If it was under normal circumstances, he would definitely be reprimanded. However, the staff officers in the first staff room all had serious expressions. Not only did no one reprimand him, many staff officers even couldn't help but lightly nod, expressing their agreement with Ivy Zhou. Zhou's words were in agreement. After a long silence in the room, Remington lightly coughed and said, I agree with Manager Zhou's suggestion. It's clear that the military magic machines developed by the new flyer are far more powerful than we expected. If we can't find a way to deal with it, then once the Lampari Kingdom receives support from the new flyer, we won't be able to resist the attack of the Lampari Kingdom. It's not just the Lampari Kingdom. Ivy Zhou added, don't forget, we launched an attack against the new flyer. We already have a grudge with the new flyer. If the new flyer goes into battle themselves, do you think we can resist the attack of the new flyer guards? Everyone was silent again, their faces heavy. No, it can't be that bad, right? No matter how powerful the new flyer guards are, they only have 10,000 people. Our kingdom's military has more than 100,000 people. One of the staff officers couldn't stand the strange silence in the room and couldn't help but retort. Everyone looked at the young staff officer as if they were looking at an idiot. Ivy Zhou. Zhou shook his head and said with a serious expression, this isn't a matter of numbers. The military magic machines developed by the new flyer have long surpassed the style of warfare we're familiar with. They've raised warfare to another level. I agree. Remington was the first to nod in agreement. The Cruise Kingdom has more than 60,000 pirates and more than 4,000 pirate groups under their name. Meanwhile, the new flyer only sent out a guard fleet with less than 30 ships. The total number of new flyer guards on the ships doesn't exceed 2,000. Yet they completely crushed the Cruise Kingdom. According to the reports, from beginning to end, the Cruise Kingdom's pirates have suffered over 20,000 casualties and over 2,000 pirate ships have been sunk. As for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's losses in this battle, are almost zero. Another staff officer added in a voice filled with disbelief and shock. The room fell into silence again. Even though everyone had analyzed this battle report countless times, it was still hard to accept it when they saw it again. It even made them feel suffocated. After a long time, the first staff officer nodded and said, I agree with Manager Zhou's opinion. I will formally propose this to the Chief of Staff later to increase the importance of the new flyer and deepen the investigation of information related to the new flyer. After a pause, the first staff officer suddenly showed a trace of a smile. Actually, because of Manager Zhou's suggestion when he was still the Chief of Staff of the Hungry Wolf Legion, the Staff Officer Department has already made some preparations for the new flyer. Now, the seeds that we planted have already developed and have already begun to play an important role. Author's note, what a good activity of a pie falling from the sky. Cool mobile phone waiting for you to get. Click on the Chinese website's official account, WeChat friend, add official account, type Kdred, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow Kdred's official account on WeChat. Chapter 752. There was a loud braking sound as a fire-red magic sedan came to a stop beside Ivy Zhou, who had just come out of the staff headquarters. Hey, Ivy, what a coincidence. Where are you planning to go? Do you want me to give you a ride? Hearing this familiar voice, Ivy Zhou turned to look at Challen Linear, who had poked his head out of the driver's seat with a strange expression, and he couldn't help shaking his head. I say, Challen, you seem quite relaxed now. I've heard that you drive this car all day and have nothing to do? The former Hungry Wolf Regiment's commander Chalon Linear gave a shrug. What else? What can I do? Ivy Joao was silent for a bit before giving a sigh. The Sac Kingdom was forced to create a free trade zone at the request of the Lampari Kingdom. To many people in the Sar Kingdom, this was a humiliation that they couldn't accept. The Sac Kingdom that had suppressed the Lampari Kingdom for several hundred years was now forced to agree to the request of the Lampari Kingdom. There had to be someone to take responsibility for this humiliation. The first to bear the brunt was the Hungry Wolf Regiment that had been defeated many times by the Lampari Kingdom's northern army. To many people, it was because the Hungry Wolf Regiment wasn't strong enough that the Sac Kingdom was forced into a passive position. In the end, they were forced to sign the Free Trade Zone Agreement. So as the Commander-in-Chief of Staff of the Hungry Wolf Regiment, Chalon Linear and Ivy Joao were the first to bear the brunt of this and were severely punished. Among them, Ivy Joao fared better. Even though he was stripped of his position as the commander of the Hungry Wolf Legion, he was protected by the military's General Staff Headquarters. He was also given the position of the head of the Military Magic Machine Research Room. Although this position didn't have much power, it was still a high-level position, so he wasn't mistreated. However, Chalon Linear was much more miserable. As the commander of the Hungry Wolf Regiment, he was forced to take responsibility for all the defeats of the Hungry Wolf Regiment. Not only was he stripped of his position as the commander, he was also directly punished. If it wasn't for the protection of the military's upper echelons and the king's special appreciation of him, Chalon Linear's best ending would be to spend the rest of his life in prison. But even so, Chalon Linear had become an idle person without any official position. Even his previous title of Count had been stripped, and he had become an ordinary civilian. However, he was from the Linear family, and with the power of his family, he did not have to worry about being framed. He did not have to worry about food or clothing, and his days could be considered carefree. For example, the fire-red Sheen-Fei brand magic sedan that he was driving now. If he was still the commander of the Hungry Wolf Regiment, it definitely wouldn't be easy for him to get his hands on it. But after he gave up his position, he just had a thought and bought it, becoming one of the few people in the Sac Kingdom who owned a magic sedan. Okay, don't make that face in front of me. I'm not at the point where I need you to pity me. Chalon Linear pouted and pointed at the passenger seat. Are you coming up or not? If you're not coming up, I'll be leaving. Ivy Joao thought about it before getting in the car. Send me to the military equipment research facility outside the city. Chalon Linear looked at him in surprise. You're also going to the military equipment research facility? Ivy Joao was even more surprised than him. What do you mean by also? Could it be that you're also going? Those fellows said that I'm familiar with the military magic machines, so they want me to be a part-time consultant for them. Chalon Linear replied. Part-time consultant? Those bastards from the army headquarters don't have any objections? Ivy Joao asked with knit brows. Chalon Linear coldly snorted. They were the ones who took the initiative to beg me. Otherwise, do you think I would be so bored as to run over to be their consultant? It's like this. Ivy Joao nodded before falling silent. Chalon Linear skillfully started the magic sedan and disappeared with the two of them at the corner of the street outside the staff headquarters. Hey, Ivy, those fellows are finally willing to admit the strength of the new Flyer's military magic machines. After turning another corner, Chalon Linear suddenly spoke up. Ivy Joao looked at him before slowly nodding. That's right. Otherwise, why would they be willing to put down their face to ask you to be their consultant? Chalon Linear gave a soft snort. Those idiots can be afraid. I thought that they would hide in their shells and refuse to face reality. Ivy Joao gave a long sigh before shaking his head. There's no other way. Even if they want to hide, the new Flyer easily destroyed the crew's kingdom and used the iron fact to shatter their shell, so they have no choice but to face it. Ivy Joao shook his head. Actually, there's no need for the new Flyer to destroy the crew's kingdom. There are countless facts that prove this, but they aren't willing to admit it. Look around. The new Flyer is already everywhere. Even if they aren't willing to admit it today, could it be that they'll be able to hide tomorrow? Ivy Joao looked in the direction Chalon Linear was pointing and first saw a black magic sedan flying by. Then there was a medium-sized passenger magic car that followed, and then there were two large transport magic cars that came one after the other. Looking around, in the Sac Kingdom's capital, Nordham City, there were very few horse carriages. Rather, they were all replaced by magic cars. He then shifted his gaze to the shops and houses on both sides of the street. He could see all kinds of household magic machines flickering with a faint glow of magic arrays, transforming the entire city into a different appearance. Since the free trade zone was opened, the large amounts of magic machines produced by the New Flyer and the other magic machine companies of the Lampari Kingdom had entered the Sac Kingdom and were warmly welcomed in the Sac Kingdom. In just a single year, magic machines had become popular in the Sac Kingdom, changing the daily lives of most people in the kingdom. There is a saying in the Sac Kingdom, if you haven't used magic machines yet, you're already out of this era. From the perspective of the kingdom, Ivy Joao wasn't happy to see this situation because the large amounts of magic machines that were popular in the Sac Kingdom meant that the New Flyer and the other magic machine companies of the Lampari Kingdom were stealing large amounts of wealth from the Sac Kingdom citizens. This was bad for the Sac Kingdom, but it strengthened the New Flyer and the Lampari Kingdom. But from another perspective, from the perspective of a normal citizen of the Sac Kingdom, he had to admit that the household magic machines developed by the New Flyer had greatly improved their daily lives. Even for Ivy Joao, his family had bought all the household magic machines they could buy. There was no other way. These household magic machines were just too easy to use. For example, Ivy Joao's wife and the servants were already used to using the magic stove, the magic rice cooker, and the magic bread maker to cook. Now that they had to return to their normal lives, not to mention them not being used to it, even Ivy Joao couldn't accept the low efficiency of cooking. Moreover, even if they didn't consider the daily lives of normal people, even if they looked at it from the perspective of the kingdom, they couldn't completely resist the New Flyer. For example, the large amounts of agricultural magic machines and construction magic machines that the New Flyer sold to the Sac Kingdom through the free trade zone. With the introduction of large amounts of these two things, it greatly improved the Sac Kingdom's farmland. Just last year's introduction had increased the Sac Kingdom's annual grain yield by 40%. According to the kingdom's agricultural department's report and budget, if they continued introducing agricultural magic machines and construction magic machines, transforming the kingdom's farmland, the kingdom's annual grain yield would increase again. And this was achieved without the introduction of chemical fertilizers. According to the estimations of the Ministry of Agriculture, if sufficient amounts of fertilizer were purchased, then the kingdom's annual grain production would most likely double from the current basis. Currently, the kingdom's agricultural department was negotiating with the New Flyer, trying to get the New Flyer to agree to sell fertilizer to the Sac Kingdom. But because the New Flyer had given very harsh conditions, the negotiations had reached a stalemate. However, Ivy Joao had learned through certain channels that the agricultural department was already prepared to accept the New Flyer's conditions. The reason was very simple. The New Flyer could wait, but the agricultural department couldn't. This year's spring planting had already been wasted because of the stalemate in the negotiations, so the agricultural department wouldn't allow the autumn planting to be wasted. As long as they controlled the negotiations well, and the agricultural department could bring in large amounts of fertilizer before the autumn planting, the grain yield from the autumn planting would be shocking. In the end, for all the countries on the continent, filling the stomachs of their citizens would always be their first priority. Seeing that the Lampuri Kingdom that had been troubled by food and had large-scale famines had already gotten rid of this problem a few years ago, even being able to export large amounts of food, it would be a lie if the Sac Kingdom said that they weren't jealous. In front of the most basic and important goal of solving the grain problem, the New Flyer's conditions didn't count for anything. But as a staff member of the Army headquarters, Ivy Joao was very clear on this. Once they agreed to the New Flyer's conditions, it would make the New Flyer stronger. They would have more capital to develop stronger and more powerful military magic machines. Like this, it would be harder for the Army headquarters to deal with them. But even if we don't increase the difficulty, can we deal with it? Ivy Joao looked at the magic cars passing by on the road, and there was a bitter smile that couldn't be suppressed on his lips. Buying the new Flyers things would only increase the strength of the enemy. But not buying the new Flyers things would make the Sack Kingdom fall further behind the Lampari Kingdom, making it impossible for them to catch up. Faced with this kind of dilemma, even Ivy Joao, who was considered the brain of the Hungry Wolf Regiment, didn't know what to choose at all. At this time, he could only count himself lucky that he was just a normal staff member of the army headquarters. If he was the honorable king, he would probably have a splitting headache every day because of this dilemma. What a good activity where a pie falls from the sky. Cool mobile phones are waiting for you. Follow me, click on the official account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone will get a prize. Immediately follow the official account Dread. Chapter 753. Whether the Honorable King had a headache or not, the Sack Kingdom's Agricultural Department's Foreign Trade Chief, Calabi Moore, didn't know. He only knew that if he couldn't finish this task in half a month, he wouldn't need to worry about this problem in the future, because it was very likely that he would have his head cut off by the furious king. Although the Sack Kingdom wasn't like the Lampari Kingdom before, where they had a shortage of food and there were frequent famines, it was still very hard for them. They had to spend large amounts of money to import food from other countries each year. In the past several hundred years, the Sack Kingdom had been importing food from their neighbor to the northwest, the Fa Kingdom. But in the past few years, the Lampari Kingdom's food had greatly increased, and they would export large amounts of food each year. After the Sack Kingdom's Agricultural Department carefully compared this, they found that the price of the Lampari Kingdom's food was 20% cheaper than the Fa Kingdom's, and the quality was very good. So even if the two countries were enemies, the Sack Kingdom's Agricultural Department could only take the risk of being scolded to import food from the Lampari Kingdom. Just last year, the Sack Kingdom had imported 360,000 tons of rice and 770,000 tons of wheat from the Lampari Kingdom. Adding in the other kinds of food, they had imported over 1 million tons. This had cost the Sack Kingdom a large amount of 7 million gold coins. Although it was much lower compared to the 10 million gold coins that the Sack Kingdom had to spend to import food from the Fa Kingdom each year, in the eyes of the Sack Kingdom's parliament and king, importing large amounts of food from an enemy country wasn't something worth supporting. Not to mention that the Lampari Kingdom's food yield was even worse than the Sack Kingdom's before, but it had suddenly increased in the past few years. They could even export this much food, so it was clear that there was a special reason for this. After investigating, the Sack Kingdom's side finally confirmed that the reason why the Lampari Kingdom's food yield had increased in the past few years was because of the agricultural magic machines developed by the new flyer that increased the efficiency of the Lampari Kingdom's farmland, greatly increasing the efficiency of the Lampari Kingdom's agriculture. Other than this, the fertilizer produced by the new flyer was also a large weapon in increasing the food yield. So the Sack Kingdom's Ministry of Agriculture researched this and finally decided to use the same method to increase grain yield. But there was a problem with this plan. It was that because the Sack Kingdom had attacked the new flyer before, the relationship between them wasn't good. The Sack Kingdom had always been worried that importing large amounts of agricultural magic machines from the new flyer would be hindered. However, facts greatly exceeded the Sack Kingdom's expectations. First, the Lampari Kingdom proposed to build a free trade area with the Sack Kingdom, opening the first normal trade between the two countries in several hundred years. Then when both sides signed the Free Trade Zone Agreement, the Sack Kingdom tried to propose to the Lampari Kingdom that they wanted to buy large amounts of Shinfei brand agricultural magic machines from the Lampari Kingdom. They unexpectedly received the agreement of the Lampari Kingdom, and they smoothly contacted the new flyer through the Lampari Kingdom, obtaining the permission to import large amounts of agricultural magic machines. At the same time, the Sack Kingdom specially brought in some old farmers from Banta City who were familiar with the new farming method of the agricultural magic machines, helping the Sack Kingdom promote it in their country. Through last year's fall planting season and last year's 2 seasons of experimentation, The Sac Kingdom that used large amounts of Xinfei brand agricultural magic machines and imitated Banicity's farming method had very good results. The grain yield of each season had increased quite a bit. This year's spring had just passed, and according to the statistics of the Sac Kingdom's Ministry of Agriculture, the grain yield of the entire country had doubled from last year's spring. Although this yield wasn't enough for the Sac Kingdom to be self-sufficient, it had greatly reduced the pressure on the grain in the Sac Kingdom. Adding in the large amounts of cheap and good grain imported from the Lampari Kingdom and the Principality of Constantine, the Sac Kingdom had easily solved their grain problem this year. This was the first time in the several hundred years of the Sac Kingdom that they had solved this important problem this easily. So no matter what the Sac Kingdom thought of the Lampari Kingdom and the New Flyer, they all agreed that they had to continue improving their farming methods. They had to reach the level of the Lampari Kingdom and solve the problem of being self-sufficient in grain. With this background, the Sac Kingdom's Ministry of Agriculture's Foreign Trade Department took on the most important task of contacting the Lampari Kingdom and the New Flyer, trying to obtain more support from the Lampari Kingdom, especially from the New Flyer. It should be said that the New Flyer had shown an attitude that the Sac Kingdom was very satisfied with from the beginning. Even if the Frestac Chamber of Commerce's requests were very harsh, for example, the Sac Kingdom had to take out large amounts of mineral resources in exchange, as well as giving up a large portion of the Sac Kingdom's mineral resources to them. Overall, the Frestac Chamber of Commerce had shown a very good attitude towards cooperation. The New Flyer didn't refuse the various agricultural magic machines that the Sac Kingdom needed at all. They would give the Sac Kingdom whatever they needed, and they would supply it in a very timely manner. At the same time, they would provide enough technical support, allowing the Sac Kingdom to quickly reform their farming methods and increase their grain yield. Although the Sac Kingdom's internal affairs, especially the army headquarters, had many objections to this, saying that this would greatly increase the strength of the New Flyer, which was equal to indirectly supporting the enemy. This view was very weak when it came to solving the grain problem. But this time when the Sac Kingdom proposed to the New Flyer that they needed to buy large amounts of New Flyer's products, they met an unexpected obstacle. The New Flyer didn't directly reject the Sac Kingdom's request for fertilizer, but they told Calabi Mori that because the fertilizer factory was set up by the elves and the New Flyer, the fertilizer production was controlled by the elves. So if the Sac Kingdom wanted to buy fertilizer, they had to discuss it with the elves themselves. When Calabi Mori found the person in charge of the Moon Shadow fertilizer factory under the New Flyer, Manager Sandy from the Moon Shadow tribe, the other side gave a condition that Mori couldn't agree to. "Dear Manager Sandy, may I ask what you need a piece of territory for?" Mori suppressed the absurdity in his heart and asked Sandy with a frown, "According to what I know, your Moon Shadow tribe has always lived in the Principality of Constantine, right? Then even if you want a piece of territory from our Sac Kingdom, it shouldn't be of any use to you." Sandy's long ears trembled, and after hesitating a bit, she revealed an unnatural smile as she said, "You don't need to understand what use this has to us. You just need to know that this is the condition we put forward. If you're willing to agree, we can sell cement to you. If you don't agree, then goodbye." Mori was speechless as he looked at Sandy. He thought that the elves really were as unreasonable as the legend said. They didn't have any negotiation skills at all. They just put out this condition like this. After pausing, Mori didn't give up as he asked this. "Manager Sandy, can we change the condition? Other than territory, I can agree to any condition." "No." Sandy shook her head as she spoke with a calm and determined look. Mori could only give a bitter smile. Although when he was negotiating with the New Flyer, he found that their chairman Sue E and CEO Kenner were very sly and hard to deal with, making him suffer quite a bit. Compared to them, he would rather deal with Sue E and Kenner for a long time than negotiate with this beautiful female elf, because this female elf wasn't negotiating with him at all. After being silent for a bit, Mori thought of how Triple X had personally found him before leaving and told him about this situation. He took a deep breath and decided not to give up too early. After thinking about it, he asked, "All right, Manager Sandy, can I know what your side-specific request is? For example, what kind of territory do you need? Also, what do you want to use this territory for?" You should know that if your side's territory is a threat to our Sack Kingdom, we won't agree no matter what. Sandy nodded and took out a document from Mori. Mori was a bit surprised. He never thought that these elves had already prepared this plan. It was clear that they were already prepared. What surprised him even more was that the elves had prepared this plan ahead of time like humans. This was just like how humans would do it. After carefully looking over the document, Mori found that the Moon Shadow tribe was only asking for a piece of land close to the Black Rice Wasteland. It was close to the sea to the west and wasn't that big, only being around 10 square kilometers. If this piece of land wasn't deliberately found, perhaps Mori, who was born in the Sack Kingdom, wouldn't be able to find it immediately. Seeing this, Mori let out a sigh of relief. If the Moon Shadow tribe was asking for an important piece of land in the Sack Kingdom, the Sack Kingdom wouldn't agree no matter what. Now that they were asking for this remote and unremarkable piece of land, there was a bit of possibility of discussion. Moreover, because the Moon Shadow tribe's request was too important, it wasn't something that a trivial foreign trade director of the agricultural department could handle, so it wasn't related to him at all. The only thing he needed to do now was to pass on the Moon Shadow tribe's request and give it to His Majesty to make a decision. Thinking of this, Mori revealed a smile to Sandy and said with a slight nod, "Manager Sandy, I hope that you can give us some time to consider." Sandy also gave a slight nod, "No problem." After pausing, Sandy seemed to have thought of something. "Director Mori, I have to remind you that the fertilizer has a time limit. If you take too long to make a decision, it's very likely that you'll miss this year's most important spring planting period." Mori's expression froze as he cursed in his heart, but he could only give a dejected nod. There was no other way. It was all for the food. A pie falling from the sky event. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and immediately participate. Everyone has a prize. Immediately follow the Dread WeChat account. Chapter 754. Mole and Sandy's negotiations couldn't last that long. After obtaining the elven race's conditions from Sandy, Mori immediately took his leave. Sandy was right. There was a time limit to the use of fertilizer. If they missed the best fertilization period for the spring plowing, the Sack Kingdom would have wasted an entire spring planting season. According to the information gathered from the Lampari Kingdom and the Principality of Constantine, the increase in yield after using fertilizer was quite large. If they could use fertilizer in this spring plowing, the Sack Kingdom's grain yield might increase again. Perhaps they really could become self-sufficient. Of course, he didn't directly leave Banta City that he chose to negotiate with a new flyer. Rather, he sent the news back to the Sack Kingdom through another channel. While patiently waiting for the king's decision and the kingdom's parliament's final reply, he needed to use this time to strengthen his inspection of Banta City, trying to learn more things from this shocking city. However, Lane never thought that as soon as he left, there would be someone that he didn't expect to enter the negotiation room. Seeing this person walk in, Sandy changed her cold and unapproachable attitude and got up to greet him with a smile. "Chairman Su, do you think my performance just now is up to standard? Have we met your requirements for negotiation?" He looked away from Lay leaving and turned to look at Sandy. With a faint smile, he asked back, "What do you think?" Sandy blinked and instantly deflated, shaking her head in disappointment. "It seems like I didn't. Chairman Su, the human negotiation skills you mentioned are so hard, I feel that I can't learn it no matter what." He laughed and softly patted her shoulder as he said, "Actually, you don't have to learn our human negotiation skills. Your performance just now was quite good in terms of results. You see, it's because of your behavior that Director Mori feels that there's no way for him to bargain with you. So in the end, he can only accept your conditions." "He didn't accept it. He just said that he would give him time to study it," Sandy said in a surprised voice. "Believe me, they will accept it in the end." He said in a voice filled with confidence. "Is that so?" Sandy thought for a bit before revealing a smile. "Then that's great. Like this, the elder's wish will be fulfilled and our tribe will have another place to live." Seeing the happy Sandy, he slightly knit his brows. "Actually, Sandy, I still don't understand why Elder Lysania insists on getting a piece of land. The Sac Kingdom's demand for fertilizer is very strong. Just like Imole said, they will agree to any conditions you give them. So why don't you give them better conditions? Sandy shook her head. I'm not clear. But I think the elder wants to give our tribe a piece of land that belongs to us. He was silent, Sandy. After thinking for a bit, he suddenly understood something. Perhaps it was because the elves didn't have a place that belonged to them for thousands of years after the race wars, so they longed for this kind of land. For example, when the Azhara tribe proposed their conditions to the Kingdom of Ruhr, the first thing they chose was for the Kingdom of Ruhr to give their tribe a piece of land. For the Kingdom of Ruhr, that piece of land had always been a desolate place, and it had always been occupied by the Azhara tribe. Even if the Azhara tribe didn't want it, it had always been under the control of the Azhara tribe, so they only had a subordinate relationship with the Kingdom of Ruhr in name. Compared to the benefits they received from the Azhara tribe, this relationship in name wasn't important at all. Even if many humans cared about this relationship in name, the Kingdom of Ruhr had 10,000 ways to solve this problem in name. Now that the Moon Shadow tribe had made the same request to the Sac Kingdom, the Sac Kingdom would agree in the end after careful consideration. After all, the piece of land the Moon Shadow tribe wanted wasn't of any use to the Sac Kingdom, so using it to exchange for the most important fertilizer wasn't a loss at all. Thinking of this, Su-Yi thought of the Night Song tribe. The Azhara tribe needed a piece of land, and the Moon Shadow tribe also needed a piece of land. But the Night Song tribe that Su-Yi had first contacted never had the same request. Of course, this might be because the Night Song tribe only had a population of 1,000, so they didn't need a piece of land urgently. Right, Chairman Su? Can you help me with something? Sandy suddenly said. What is it? Speak. You're going to the magic sedan race later, right? You should be meeting the elder, right? Yes. What? You want me to pass on the results of the negotiations with the Sac Kingdom? Sui asked back. There's still some things at the factory, so I can't leave. Can I trouble you to pass on the results to the elder? No problem. Sui nodded. After pausing, he continued, You should be busy during this time. If nothing unexpected happens, the Sac Kingdom will agree to your conditions. Then, according to the estimates, the Sac Kingdom will need to buy at least 100,000 tons of fertilizer for wheat. With your current output, this is a very large pressure. Yes. Sandy nodded as a difficult look appeared on her face. Chairman Su, I wanted to discuss this matter with you. Our fertilizer factory is planning to order another set of fertilizer processing equipment. It would be best if it could be delivered by the end of the month. Otherwise, I'm afraid that if the Sac Kingdom agrees, we won't be able to produce enough fertilizer. Su-Yi laughed. Sandy, if I told you that the new fertilizer processing equipment is already on the way, would you be surprised? Sandy's eyes opened wide in surprise. Really? That's great. Chairman Su, you really are too wise. Su-Yi gave a shrug. Actually, this is a bit risky. This is because I don't know what conditions you'll give the Sac Kingdom. If they don't agree, you won't need to increase production, and the fertilizer processing equipment we're making will be ruined. No. Chairman Su, even without the Sac Kingdom, I'm still considering the problem of increasing production. There are many countries that want to order fertilizer from us, so already have plans to increase production. Sandy waved her hand. Very good. Sandy, for you to have this idea, it means that you're finally a decent manager. Su-Yi said with a faint smile. Receiving Su-Yi's praise, Sandy revealed a happy smile like a little girl. However, Su-Yi's next question made her smile freeze on her face. But Sandy, although the equipment is enough, what about the problem of manpower? Can you solve it? Sandy was stunned for a bit before shaking her head with a bitter smile. I'm afraid it's very hard. There are only so many people in the tribe, so I can only have the brothers and sisters in the factory work overtime. Su-Yi was silent for a bit before asking, Have you considered recruiting workers from other races? For example, us human workers? Sandy took a deep look at Su-Yi before shaking her head. No, I won't consider it for now. Su-Yi nodded and didn't ask Sandy anything else. But an hour and a half later, when Sue saw Elder Lasagna sitting in her personal car preparing for the race at the Banna circuit, he couldn't help raising this question again. Elder Lasagna didn't immediately reject him like Sandy did. To be honest, I've considered this problem. But Chairman Sue, you should know that I don't care about the income of the fertilizer processing factory, so it doesn't matter if the output is high or low. But if the fertilizer processing factory recruits workers from other races, we need to let our clansmen and workers from other races be together for a long time. Isn't this very good? Sue asked back. When we set up the fertilizer processing factory, I told you that this was a good opportunity for you elves to integrate with us humans. The problem is that our clansmen are not mentally prepared, Elder Lasagna retorted. Elder Lasagna refuted. If we let them interact with other races, they won't be used to it. Sue was speechless. This fertilizer processing factory had been set up for 5 years, and the Moon Shadow tribes, elves normally interacted with humans, but they still weren't prepared to integrate with other races. This really was too slow. But I can see that you're integrating quite well. Look, you're even taking the magic sedan race that many races are participating in as part of your routine. Sue said, this is my personal hobby. Then again, I am an elder, so of course I have to set an example for my clansmen. Elder Lasagna replied in a natural manner. Sue couldn't help rolling his eyes. Elder Lasagna had always been very interested in racing cars. It wasn't wrong to say that this was her personal hobby, but saying that she had to set an example for her clansmen. Wasn't this a bit like using her position for personal gain? But based on the attitudes of Sandy and Elder Lasagna, Sue knew that at least the Moon Shadow tribe wasn't prepared to integrate into human society. And the Moon Shadow tribe was the tribe that had the most contact with humans out of the 3 elven tribes that he knew. If it was the Night Song tribe or the Azhara tribe, this question wouldn't need to be asked at all. Thinking of this, Sue moved to the side of the audience and silently watched the racers prepare for the race. This was already the 3rd year that the Magic Sedan race had been held in Banna City. Last year, because His Highness Frank had suddenly sent a representative, the race had been sealed and there weren't many spectators. But this year, with the new flyers advertising and the private advertising of the young nobles of Banna City, it attracted quite a few people and attracted a lot of attention. Moreover, even if the Magic Sedan race wasn't mentioned, just the racers were worth writing about. For example, there were many racers from other races in this race. Other than the Beastmen, there was even an elder from the elf race. Even among the human racers, there was an incomparable Lord Arch Magus like teacher Carmilla. Just putting these racers together was enough to attract the attention of countless people. So before today's race began, the audience was already filled with people. If it wasn't for Sue having his own special seat, he might not even have been able to find a place to watch. Not long after he sat down, there was a commotion that came from behind him. Sue turned to look and found that it was Banta City's city lord, Count Will, who had brought his subordinates over. Sue raised his hand to greet them, but he was surprised to find that Count Will's expression was very serious, so he couldn't help being surprised. Chairman Sue, you really are here. Count Will nodded to Sue before pointing behind him. Sue understood and stood up to follow him into the arena, entering a sealed room. After closing the door, Sue looked at Count Will's sunken expression and asked in a confused voice, "What is it?" "Sir Count Will, did something happen?" Count Will's subordinates behind him left the room and had them close the door. Then he took out a thin document from his chest and slapped it on the table in front of Sue as he said in a low voice, "Chairman Sue, please give a reasonable explanation. Pay attention to the Chinese network's official account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and immediately participate. Everyone has a prize. Immediately follow the Dread official account." Chapter 755. Sue looked at Count Levi with a bit of confusion. What was it that made Count Levi, who had always been friendly to him, reveal such a serious expression, even forcing him to give an explanation? Looking over the document, Sue found that it was actually a document from the Lampari Kingdom's military intelligence department. The contents of the document weren't complicated. It just described that in a hidden place near the Sac Kingdom's capital, Nordham City, there was a Sac Kingdom's army that seemed to be equipped with magic repeating crossbows. According to the picture on the document, it was clearly the same as the magic repeating crossbows made by New Flyer. Other than that, the report also said that the Sac Kingdom's army was developing magic bazookas and other military magic machines, so they needed to pay more attention to them. After reading this document, Sue-E was silent for a bit before asking Count Levi, "Sir Count, what explanation do you need me to give?" Count Levi knit his brows, and his face sunk even more. "Chairman Sue, are you pretending to be confused? Only your New Flyer has the ability to develop military magic machines, but now the Sac Kingdom's army is actually equipped with magic repeating crossbows while also developing magic bazookas and other military magic machines. This should be related to your company." Sue-E gave a laugh before asking back, "Sir Count, what status are you using to ask me this question?" Count Levi was stunned before angrily saying, "Chairman Sue, what do you mean by this? The Sac Kingdom is our Lampari Kingdom's enemy, as well as your New Flyer's enemy. Now that there is such a serious problem, I'm asking you to give an explanation. Is there a problem?" Sue-E looked at him with a faint smile before shaking his head. "Sir Count, I hope that you understand something. The New Flyer was the New Flyer, and the Lampari Kingdom was the Lampari Kingdom. Although we have always had a pleasant cooperation, and I am happy to continue supporting the Lampari Kingdom, this does not mean that the New Flyer will be completely aligned with the Lampari Kingdom, nor does it mean that we should act according to the wishes of the Lampari Kingdom." Count Levi didn't expect Sue-Yi's reply to be so unyielding. He was shocked and stared at Sue-Yi for a while. After a while, he raised his voice in disbelief. "Chairman Sue, what do you mean? Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" The smile on Sue-Yi's face disappeared, and his expression turned cold. "Sir Count, we've always had a pleasant cooperation, but now you're questioning me because of an unconfirmed piece of information and showing such a distrustful attitude. I'm very confused about this. If this is your personal behavior, then I can reluctantly accept it. But if you're questioning me on behalf of Her Majesty the Queen, then I can only express my disappointment." "You?" Count Levi raised his eyebrows as if he was about to get angry, but he suddenly thought of something and his expression changed greatly. Sue-E quietly watched his expression change several times before a trace of panic flashed across his face. He snorted softly, threw the information document on the table, and left the room. When he returned to the audience seats, he found that the match was about to begin. Sue-E found a place to sit down and calmly waited for the match to begin. After a while, there were messy footsteps behind him as a figure came to Sue-Yi's side. "Sue, Chairman Sue." Sue-E looked up at Count Levi, who had a complicated expression, and pointed to the seat next to him. "Sit down and talk." Count Levi hesitated a bit before nodding and sitting down next to Sue-E. There were several important people from Banta City who had been invited to watch the match, but after Count Levi sat down, the subordinates that Count Levi brought them to a place far away from the two of them. For a while, the people closest to the two of them were over 10 meters away. In this noisy environment, there was no need to worry about others hearing their conversation. Count Levi was still a bit worried, but after seeing Sue-Yi's expression, he didn't say anything else. After hesitating for a bit, he cleared his throat and said in a low voice, "Chairman Sue, I'm very sorry for my attitude just now. Other than that, I have to clarify something. Everything I did just now was my personal decision. Her Majesty didn't know about it all." "Oh, is that so? Then why is this piece of information in your hands?" Sue calmly asked back. Seeing that Sue-E still didn't have a smile on his face, Count Levi couldn't help wiping his forehead before quickly explaining. "Chairman Sue, you should know that Banta City has a military magic machine research department and a factory. The Army headquarters gave this information to me because they wanted me to pay attention to if there were any problems on our side. I was confused for a moment, so I suspected you and the New Flyer. I hope that Chairman Sue will forgive me." Sue-E gave a non-committal nod. He wasn't surprised by the large change in attitude from Count Levi, because as long as Count Levi wasn't an idiot, he would easily understand that for the current Lampari kingdom, the new flyer was an indispensable, important, and even decisive partner. It wasn't exaggerated to say that the strength of the Lampari kingdom was mostly in the hands of the new flyer. In this situation, Count Levi needed to win over Sue-E the most and not offend him. If he came to question Sue-E because of this information, if he really offended Sue-E, the cooperation between the new flyer and the Lampari kingdom wouldn't be smooth. Count Levi would become the center of the entire Lampari kingdom. Sue-E also believed that 70 didn't have anything to do with Count Levi's questioning attitude, because whether it was their relationship or 70's intelligence, she wouldn't do something this stupid. Rather, it was Count Levi's sudden reaction that was a bit strange. Sue-E didn't say anything the entire time, so Count Levi felt a large pressure in his heart. But as the person involved, he had to think of a way to save this matter, and he had to clear the doubts in his heart. So he carefully thought about it before carefully asking, "Then Chairman Sue, what do you think is the matter in this report? How likely is it?" Sue-E gave a sigh in his heart. He pretended to think about it before replying. "It should be very likely. After all, the magic repeating crossbows aren't high-tech things. The Sac Kingdom has fought with your Lampari Kingdom's northern army many times and suffered many losses, so they definitely have some research on these things. It wouldn't be too difficult to make some magic repeating crossbows based on this. But there's also the research on the magic bazookas and other military magic machines. There is definitely research. Moreover, it isn't just the Sac Kingdom. I believe that the Kingdom of Ruhr also has research on this. Even the Mirando Duchy and the Drake Duchy have research on this in secret. As for your Lampari Kingdom, your research shouldn't be weak right now. No. Our Lampari Kingdom is only doing some simple research on the military magic machine technology that your new flyer gave us. We're still far from being able to produce the complicated military magic machines like the magic bazookas." Count Levi waved his hand to deny it. Sue-E smiled and was too lazy to argue with him. So he continued, "Research is definitely being done, but working on it and actually being able to do it are two different things. So I believe that the Sac Kingdom is doing research on this. As for their research progress, I feel that there's no need to worry about it for now." Count Levi looked at Sue-E, looking like he wanted to say something, but then hesitated. Sue-E revealed a faint smile and shook his head. "It's impossible for our new flyer to take the initiative to provide military magic machine technology to others. Your Lampari Kingdom can't do it. So there's no need to mention the Sac Kingdom." Count Levi let out a long sigh of relief. A smile finally appeared on his face as he said with a strong nod, "I believe that Chairman Sue will still treat us as the best partners." "Of course." Sue-E nodded with a faint smile before continuing, "Speaking of cooperation, I have something I want to talk to you about. Our company is planning to invest in a machine tool factory in Banna City, and according to our usual cooperation, I need you to help me find a suitable partner. How about it? There's no problem, right?" "No problem." "Of course there's no problem." Count Levi was surprised. After thinking about it, he asked, "Chairman Sue, building a machine tool factory in Banna City, does that mean that your new flyer will be building a magic machine factory in Banna City in the future?" Sue-E nodded. "There is this possibility." "That's great." It was no wonder that Count Levi was this excited. According to the usual cooperation between New Flyer and the Lampari Kingdom, they had always used a joint venture model. New Flyer would mainly invest in technology. Like this, the Lampari Kingdom as a partner had a large chance of obtaining technology through this cooperation. Before this, the Lampari Kingdom had obtained quite a bit of household magic machine technology from New Flyer through this cooperation. They had quickly and greatly increased the level of the Lampari Kingdom's household magic machine companies, allowing the Lampari Kingdom's household magic machine industry to grow quite a bit. In the past 2 years, other than the Shinfei brand household magic machines that sold well in the surrounding countries, the Lampari Kingdom also had quite a few household magic machines that sold well, bringing quite a bit of income to the Lampari Kingdom. Now that the Frestech Chamber of Commerce was planning to build a production magic machine factory in Bana City, and they were willing to build a production magic machine factory, it meant that the Lampuri Kingdom would be able to obtain the production magic machine technology from the Frestech Chamber of Commerce. If this became a reality, it would allow the Lampari Kingdom to greatly benefit from this technology. Suddenly receiving this promise from Su-E, Count Levi was naturally very happy. The doubt and anger that filled his heart towards Su-E because he had suddenly obtained that piece of information had instantly disappeared. Chairman Su, thank you for supporting our Lampari Kingdom, and I hope that our cooperation can continue like this forever. Count Levi took the initiative to reach out his hands and tightly hold Su-Yi's hand as he said this with an excited look. For my presumptuous words just now, I express my deep apologies again. I hope that Chairman Su won't take it to heart. Su-Yi revealed a faint smile. This method of giving a stick and then eating a date really was the best method that could be used in different worlds since ancient times. A good activity like a pie falling from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the official Chinese account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone will receive a prize. Immediately follow the official Dread WeChat account. Chapter 756. This year's Magic Sedan race attracted the attention of countless people, but most people were focused on the racers, and not many people were focused on the cars themselves. When a race was over, the reports of the newspapers were all related to the drivers, and almost none of them were related to the Magic Sedans. Su-Yi wasn't satisfied with this because it lost the reason why he held this race and attracted people's attention to the Magic Sedans. The other racers weren't very satisfied either. They came to participate in this race because they loved racing cars, so they wanted to show off their skills through this race. However, most people's gazes were focused on Arch-Magus Camilla, Elder Lysania, and other special contestants, not paying attention to their driving skills. 1, it was because they attracted more attention, and 2, it was because the Magic Sedans weren't popular yet. Most people didn't understand the Magic Sedans and didn't know anything about driving skills, so they couldn't pay attention to them even if they wanted to. So not long after this year's Shinfei Magic Sedan race ended, the Banta Times suddenly released a special publication called Magic Car Weekly. This was a publication that was released once a week and had a total of 30 pages. The content was focused on magic cars. The so-called magic cars didn't just include the magic sedans, it also included the various transport and passenger magic cars. But in the beginning, this Magic Car Weekly only gave a simple introduction to the basics of magic cars. The main idea was to let the public understand what magic cars were. When it came to introducing the magic sedans, this Magic Car Weekly gave a detailed division of the magic sedans for the first time. The ones that the public used were called civilian magic sedans. The magic sedans that the racers used before were specially modified to be faster than civilian magic sedans, so they were called magic race cars. In the first issue of the Magic Car Weekly, it said that there wasn't much of a difference between the magic race cars and the magic sedan, but as the magic car technology kept improving in the future, the magic sedans would be completely different from the magic race cars. For the magic race cars, they would keep chasing after faster speeds and higher performance. As for the civilian magic sedans, they would pay more attention to how normal people felt when using them, focusing on comfort. The Magic Car Weekly also revealed that New Flyer's magic car development was already heading in these two different directions. According to internal information, at the end of the year, New Flyer would release a new magic sedan, and there would be two different models based on this trend. One type was more towards home use, focused on comfort, and was geared towards the general public. The other was more focused on speed, performance, and those who pursued speed. It said that the New Flyer had made a breakthrough in the magic engine technology, which could greatly increase the speed of the magic car. It could even reach a shocking speed of 150 kilometers per hour. Most people didn't understand the various technical terms, but they could still understand the speed. 150 kilometers per hour? One exaggerated concept. If they really had this speed, didn't that mean that it would take less than 3 hours to go from Banta City to Anvilmar City? This was too miraculous. The first issue of the Magicar Weekly easily sold like hotcakes. In just 3 days, there were over 70,000 orders. It made it so that the two printing factories in Banta City couldn't finish on time, even if they worked overtime. With this popularity, when a second issue of the Magicar Weekly came out, the first issue would still be selling like hotcakes. This forced the Banta Times to seek the help of the printing factories in the surrounding cities. The reason why the Magicar Weekly sold like hotcakes was naturally because of its content. This was the first publication related to the Magicar, so the various aspects of the Magicar satisfied countless people's curiosity towards the Magicar. For some people with ulterior motives, through this weekly publication, they could obtain the knowledge that they had always dreamed of. This was something that Instructor Carmilla and Elder Lysania were very worried about. Hey, Chairman Sue, aren't you worried that the technology you've worked so hard to develop will be leaked? Elder Lysania had a confused look. Elder Lysania had a look of confusion on her face. Now that the Magicar is this popular, I'm certain that there are countless human companies that want to make their own magic cars. Now that you've deliberately made the Banta Times publish this Magicar Weekly, isn't this helping them? Relax, Elder Lysania. I know what I'm doing. Although there's a lot of content in the Magicar Weekly, it can only give people a basic understanding of the Magicar. It's impossible to develop a Magicar with just this content. Sue, he said with a smile, this is a very complicated matter. Making a Magicar is a very complicated project. Even for our Frestec Chamber of Commerce, it took several years to develop the first one. You can ask Grandfather if you don't believe me. I do believe this. Instructor Carmilla nodded, but her knit brows didn't relax at all. But Sue, you're always revealing the technology that you worked hard to grasp. I'm afraid it isn't good. It's fine if it's the magic car, but shouldn't you be more strict with the military magic machine technology? This thing is too important. The effects of leaking it would be too big. Sue looked at Instructor Carmilla in surprise. Instructor Carmilla gave a shrug. During the race, I noticed that there was something wrong between you and Count Levi, so I went to ask him. Sue, he was speechless. When he was talking to Count Levi, it was at the most intense part of the race. Instructor Carmilla actually had the time to notice the strange atmosphere between him and Count Levi in the middle of such an intense race. This really made people speechless. Yes, at that time, I also noticed that there was something wrong. But I'm not good at communicating with you humans, so I just felt that it wasn't normal, but I didn't find any problems. Elder Lysania on the side said with a nod. Sue, he could only be speechless again. It seemed like these two were just too strong, so the magic sedan that could go over 100 kilometers an hour wasn't a challenge to them at all. They even had the time to care about the situation around them. Moreover, Elder Lysania was an elf with excellent eyesight. It was fine if she could notice it, but why could Instructor Carmilla see it as well? What is strange about this? As an archmagus, space isn't a problem for me at all. Instructor Carmilla looked at him and explained. Even if his talent was outstanding, Sue, who is only a first-grade great magician, had nothing to say. You don't need to worry about the military magic machines. Everything is under my control. Sue replied with a faint smile. Instructor Carmilla doubtfully looked at Sue, but she didn't ask anything. Elder Lysania didn't care about this problem at all. Compared to this, what she cared about the most was New Flyer's research on the new magic car. The information that Sue gave the Banta Times was that New Flyer's new magic sedan could reach a speed of 150 kilometers an hour. But the information that he told Instructor Carmilla and Elder Lysania in private was that in theory, the new magic sedan could reach a speed of 170 kilometers an hour or even higher. But there were very strict conditions to reach this speed, and there was a very high requirement for the driver, so it wasn't a small risk. Instructor Carmilla had already expressed that she would participate in the experiment, and Elder Lysania was very interested in this. She was discussing with Sue now. She wanted to record her participation in the experiment of the new magic car through the illusion array. He was a bit doubtful about this. Elder Lasagna, what do you want to record this for? Moreover, there are many secrets in the experiment, so if it's recorded and it's leaked, it will have quite a bit of influence on our company. I've seen the New Moon Chamber of Commerce's documentary on the New Moon Troupe, and I saw a film made by the New Moon Chamber of Commerce and the Azhara tribe from Steel a few days ago. It recorded the lives of us elves, as well as the interactions between the elves of the Azhara tribe and the humans of the New Moon Chamber of Commerce. So I had an idea. Elder Lasagna paused, as if she was a bit hesitant. I feel that. This is a very good advertisement. If more people and elves can see us elves and humans living together, it should make it easier for humans to accept us elves. At the same time, it should make our fellow elves more willing to accept this. Oh, He looked at Elder Lasagna in surprise. Elder Lasagna had said that her clansmen weren't prepared yet, but now she had suddenly changed her mind and wanted to seek change. This really was worth celebrating. This isn't a bad idea, but there's a problem. It isn't hard to let humans see these things, but how can we let the other elves on the continent see them? He asked, "You'll be in charge of the humans, and I'll be in charge of the elves." Elder Lasagna said, "How about it? Do you think there's a problem?" He thought about it, and felt that this was indeed a very good idea. Moreover, if Elder Lasagna was willing to personally appear, this could be used as an advertisement for the new Flyer's new magic sedan, which would without a doubt be a very good gimmick. Thinking of Elder Lasagna driving the Shinfei brand magic sedan around human cities, he couldn't help becoming excited. After Steele retired, the new Flyer hadn't had a star to represent them in a long time. Now that Elder Lasagna had taken the initiative to volunteer, he had a very good idea. A pie falling from the sky. I'm waiting for you to get a cool phone. Follow me, click on the Chinese website, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone will get a prize. Immediately follow the Dread WeChat account. Chapter 757. When a magic sedan passed the border between the Kingdom of Ruhr and the Principality of Constantine, heading towards the slight dream forest under the cliff, Russell found that there was an incomparably thick iron pillar that reached into the clouds in the slight dream forest in front of him. At the top of this iron pillar, there was a light blue glow that shot up, and then there was a giant illusion at the top. Although it was an illusion, because of the rich colors and the realistic details, it was no different from the real thing. As for the content of the illusion, even if it was far away, because the illusion was very big, it could be seen very clearly. First, it showed a bustling street with countless people. There were all kinds of magic cars on the street, even stopping at the traffic lights. On both sides of the street, there were all kinds of shops with all kinds of magic lights flickering on them. Just like the people on the street, there were humans, elves, orcs, dwarves, and other races shuttling back and forth, making the whole street very lively. As for the items sold in the shops on both sides of the street, there were all kinds of household magic machines. This street was completely different from any other street in Signs. If one really had to compare it, this street was simply like another world. The scene in the illusion suddenly changed before finally focusing on an elf girl walking down the street. She was currently discussing something with a human girl beside her. As if she could feel that the scene was focused on her, the elf girl suddenly turned her head and revealed a beautiful smile. At the same time, she raised the magic stove in her hand and said in a clear voice, "The Shinfei brand magic stove. It's a good helper for furniture and cooking." The human girl beside her also came over with a magic rice cooker in her hand. She also said with a smile, "It also has to be used with the Shinfei brand magic rice cooker." After saying this, the two girls looked at each other with smiles. For a while, the two beauties of different races reflected each other, filling the illusion with beauty and vitality. The scene changed again, and it came to a shop that was being renovated on the side of the street. The two workers, a human male and a beastman male, were sweating profusely because of the heavy manual labor. Their bodies were steaming hot. When the scene was focused on this side, there was a young human dressed as a waiter who took out a small and delicate magic fan. He placed it not far from the two of them and pressed the switch. There was a cool breeze that came from the magic fan, making the two workers reveal comfortable looks. The Beastman worker broke out in laughter. The Shinfei brand magic fan, it's this strong. The scene changed again. The scene and the illusion kept changing, but no matter what scene it was all related to the Shinfei brand household magic machines. After seeing this illusion, even if people didn't understand the Frestek brand household magic machines, it would leave a deep impression on them, and they would have some understanding of them. Russell didn't care about New Flyer household magic machines. After seeing this scene, he couldn't help being surprised. But compared to this, he cared more of the illusion itself. Such a large illusion. Just how did it come out? When a magic sedan kept going down and finally entered the slight dream forest, they couldn't see the illusion anymore. Russell couldn't help asking Ambassador Hakkinen beside him this. That is an illusion film made by the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's magic illusion projector. Sir Russell, what you just saw was their latest advertisement for the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's household magic machines. It said that it is for people who don't understand household magic machines. Ambassador Hakkinen often came here, and adding in the fact that he worked with New Flyer on household magic machines, he understood it very well. Magic illusion projector? Illusion film? Russell clicked his tongue in surprise. This thing really is amazing. It can actually make such a realistic illusion that meets the requirements of New Flyer. After pausing, he asked, "Can this thing be bought?" Yes, New Flyer has been selling this thing for a long time, but because it's too expensive and there aren't many illusions to watch, it doesn't seem to be selling well. After saying this, Ambassador Hakkinen had a strange look on his face. Speaking of this should be the only new product that New Flyer has failed, right? No matter what new product New Flyer released before, it would always sell well. Is that so? Russell couldn't help raising a brow. If it really was like Ambassador Hakkinen said, that New Flyer would sell well no matter what new product it released, it really was incredible. But thinking of his goal in coming here, Russell had to admit that the magic machines produced by the Shinfei Chamber of Commerce did have a charm that people couldn't resist. Otherwise, why would he take the initiative to come all the way from the Kamla Empire to discuss with New Flyer again? The magic sedan, carrying Russell and Ambassador Hakkinen, sped across the flat road, and it didn't take long for them to leave the slight dream forest. A small city that was completely different from any other city on the continent appeared at the end of the road. Even if it was Russell's second time seeing this city, his heart was filled with shock when he saw it. It had only been a year since he came here last time, but this small city had already changed greatly. Not only had it become bigger, it couldn't be called a small city anymore. At the same time, there were more tall buildings in the city, and there were more roads around it. There were countless magic cars driving across the roads, entering and leaving the city, showing the prosperity of the city. Driving into the city, one would find that this city was different from the other cities on the continent. For example, each street in this city was incomparably wide, with the narrowest place being over 20 meters wide. Moreover, each street was flat and straight, looking very neat. Or for example, there were green plastic trash cans in the style of elves placed every 50 meters on the sides of the street. If people needed to throw their trash, they would throw it all into these trash cans. This made these streets very clean. It was far from being as messy as the streets of other cities. Or for example, there were all kinds of shops on the sides of the street. They were filled with the style of different races like the people on the street, making the entire street very attractive. There were all kinds of strange products that complemented the prosperity of this city. Or for example, Russell sat in a magic sedan and observed it for a while. Although he wasn't too used to this style, he had to admit that this city was filled with a shocking temptation from the outside to the inside. Compared to this city, any other city on the continent would exude a strong sense of backwardness. Even the capital of the Kamla Empire, Wimbledon City, the most advanced city on the continent, compared to this city, it paled in comparison. It's no wonder people say that New Flyer is a company from another world. Look at this city. It's like it's from another world. Russell couldn't help giving an emotional sigh. Is that so? Ambassador Hakkinen looked at Russell with a strange gaze before saying with a shrug, I don't think it's that exaggerated. But perhaps I've been with New Flyer for a long time and I'm already used to it. But this is right. I feel very uncomfortable whenever I come back to Wimbledon City because everything in Wimbledon City seems so backwards. Look, Wimbledon City doesn't even have running water. It's just too inconvenient. Other than that, there's no street lights at night, so it's meaningless to go out. Also, hearing Ambassador Hakkinen complain about Wimbledon City, Russell was speechless. He had to admit that the problems Ambassador Hakkinen mentioned about Wimbledon City did exist, and it was indeed very inconvenient. But before this, every city on the continent was like this. Wimbledon City was already the most prosperous city on the continent, surpassing the other cities in many aspects. But now, because of the appearance of the new flyer, Wimbledon City couldn't compare. Perhaps Wimbledon City. No, the entire Canla Empire has to accept reality and change. Russell slowly looked up at the new flyer logo that kept flashing on both sides of the road, and he gave a sigh in his heart. The magic sedan passed through several streets before stopping in front of the building where Russell and Sue had met last time. But this time, after getting out of the magic sedan, there was no magic airship waiting for Russell. There was only a new flyer girl in uniform who came forward to greet him. Compared to last time, the treatment this time was much worse. However, Russell didn't have any objections to this. Last time, it was the new flyer that took the initiative to contact the Canla Empire, but this time it was Russell representing the Canla Empire to request a meeting with the new flyer. This time the initiative had changed, so the new flyer taking this stance was expected. Chairman Sue is still meeting me on the top floor? Looking up at the building that was over 20 meters tall, Russell asked in a worried voice. If it was the top floor, it would be too hard for him to climb up the stairs. Yes, please come with me. The receptionist girl had a sweet smile, but the words she said extinguished the hope in Russell's heart. But after the receptionist girl brought him into the building, she didn't go to the stairs. Rather, she went to a corner and pointed at a closed door as she said, Sir Russell, please take the automatic magic elevator upstairs. Automatic magic elevator? Russell was stunned. He found that the metal door in front of him opened, revealing a small sealed space. The receptionist girl made an inviting gesture and Russell paused, but he could only bite the bullet and walk in. It was a good thing that the receptionist girl and Ambassador Hakkinen behind him came in with calm looks, which made him feel a bit assured. After a while, the metal door automatically closed. Russell felt a tremble under his feet before he felt his body rise up along with the metal floor under his feet. After feeling a bit of dizziness from this sudden movement, Russell revealed a bitter smile and shook his head. This new flyer, they really knew how to give people novel experiences in all kinds of strange places. A pie falling from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese website, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and immediately participate. Everyone has a prize. Immediately follow the Dread WeChat account. Chapter 758. The metal door slowly opened, and the first thing Russell saw was Sue Yi's smiling face. Sir Russell, being able to see you again really makes one happy. Sue Yi came forward with a smile, while also giving a nod to the fat Ambassador Hakkinen. Russell calmed himself down and walked out of the automatic magic staircase. He reached his hand out to Sue Yi with a smile. Chairman Sue, I'm also very happy to see you again. Because it was our first time meeting last time, we didn't have a close conversation. I hope that we can have a good exchange this time. Oh, Sue Yi slightly narrowed his eyes and nodded with a smile. If Sir Russell is willing to have a deep exchange with me, I will very much welcome it. I just don't know if you and the people behind you are ready for it. Seeing that Sue Yi was this direct, Russell didn't waste any more words. He said with a nod, Since I'm here this time, of course I'm prepared. Chairman Sue, I think that we will have a very good chat this time. That is great. He revealed a happy smile as he tightened his grip on Russell's hand. Being able to have a friendly and deep exchange with the respected Kamla Empire's navy, that is what I wish for. After exchanging greetings, He invited Russell and Ambassador Hakkinen to the already prepared table. After the three of them had lunch, Kennard appeared at the right time. Then Ambassador Hakkinen immediately bid farewell and left with Kennard. Every time he came here, he would order a new batch of household magic machines from New Flyer. Because the household magic machines were becoming more and more popular in Wimbledon City, Ambassador Hakkinen would order more and more goods every time he came to New Flyer. Last time, the total value of the household magic machines he ordered had already exceeded 800,000 gold coins. This time, according to his plan, he wanted to order at least 1 million gold coins worth of goods. If it was said that the New Flyer's contact with Ambassador Hakkinen was just to find a channel to open the Kamla Empire, now Ambassador Hakkinen had become a very important partner of the New Flyer. After cooperating with Ambassador Hakkinen many times, he found that although Ambassador Hakkinen's character was normal, he was very honest when doing business, so he was a very good partner. So under his instructions, the cooperation between the New Flyer and Ambassador Hakkinen became closer and closer. Now New Flyer was not only providing Ambassador Hakkinen with more and more household magic machines, it was also giving him all kinds of benefits. He was even considering giving Ambassador Hakkinen more cooperation content. For example, the agricultural magic machines that the Sack Kingdom greatly desired had given inspiration, giving him the idea of promoting the Shinfei brand agricultural magic machines in the Kamla Empire. To realize this idea, Ambassador Hakkinen was a very good medium. After Ambassador Hakkinen left, he had all the servants leave. There was only and Russell left in the room. The two looked at each other in silence for a bit before said, "Sir Russell, you came alone this time, so how can I believe that you can represent the Kamla Empire's navy?" Russell wasn't surprised by Yi's question, so he said with a smile, "Chairman don't you think that this question has no meaning? Other than the Empire's navy, I think that no one else would be interested in your New Flyer's guard ships. As for me, although I'm very interested, I can't afford it." He shook his head. "No, Sir Russell, other than the respected Kamla Empire's navy, there have been quite a few people who have expressed interest in our guard ships." "Really?" Sue clearly didn't believe it. Russell didn't believe it. "I don't think that other than our Kamla Empire's navy, there are other powers that need these guard ships." "That might not be the case." He refuted. "For example, the Malar Empire's navy. They would definitely be very interested in these guard ships." Russell narrowed his eyes as he looked at Sui. After looking at him for a while, his expression became gentle and he let out a soft sigh. He shook his head and said, "All right, Chairman time is precious, so I don't think we should waste time on this meaningless conversation. I can clearly tell you that I am representing our Kamla Empire's navy this time, hoping to buy your New Flyer's guard ships." He also smiled. "If you are sincere in buying, then I would certainly welcome you." "Sir Russell, how many ships do you intend to buy? I have to say in advance that our Chamber of Commerce's current production capacity is limited. If your demand is too high, I'm afraid we won't be able to satisfy your request in a short time." Russell's face twitched slightly. After a pause, he said with a trace of dejection, "I don't think Chairman needs to worry about this. We're only hoping to get a few guard ships to test it out. If the results are satisfactory, then we will consider ordering more guard ships." He immediately smiled. "I'm 100% sure that you will be very satisfied with the guard ships." Russell wanted to refute, but he found that he couldn't find the words to refute. He had seen the strength of the New Flyer's guard fleet with his own eyes and was already completely convinced. If it wasn't like this, why would he take such a great risk and forcefully pass the proposal to buy guard ships to the Empire's Navy staff and submit it to the Empire's Navy headquarters in his own name? It had to be known that he would have to bear a very heavy responsibility. If the guard ships he purchased couldn't achieve the results he stated in the report, then the consequences he would have to bear would be extremely severe. "All right, Chairman let's return to the topic at hand. Russell continued. Our side is indeed interested in purchasing guard ships, but we have great doubts about the price you are willing to pay for them. We cannot accept a price of 2 million gold coins per ship. Sui asked back with a smile. Then what is the price that your noble side can accept? Russell raised his hand. If it's 500,000 gold coins per ship, then we can accept it. The smile on Sui's face immediately froze. The muscles on his face twitched twice before he slowly shook his head. Impossible. Sir Russell, although haggling is inevitable in a transaction, don't you think this kind of haggling is too excessive? Then what is the lowest price you can accept? Russell asked back. Sui pondered for a moment before he raised a finger to Russell. Since this is the first time we've worked together, I can give you a certain discount. How about this? I'll reduce the price by 100,000 gold coins per ship. That's 9 million gold coins per ship. What do you think? Impossible. This price is too outrageous. We absolutely cannot accept it. 500,000 gold coins. In addition, we can add on some conditions. Chairman Sui, what do you think? I don't think there are any conditions that can make up for the huge difference of 1 million gold coins per ship. Sui, he shook his head. Sir Russell, I'm full of expectations for this transaction. Therefore, I hope that you can also show your sincerity. What if this condition is to help new flyers successfully enter the Empire? Sui was slightly startled. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Russell for a while before he slowly nodded. Sir Russell, please speak clearly. Last time Russell came to the Principality of Constantine, he only stayed for 3 days before leaving. But this time, he stayed for much longer. After staying in the Principality of Constantine for 7 days, Russell finally left with the satisfied Ambassador Hakkinen. When they left, Sui represented New Flyer to give Russell a magic boat model as a gift. This magic boat model was made of light alloy. Although it was just a model, it was very delicate and very firm. Sui used his hammer to hit the model twice in front of Russell, but it actually didn't deform the model at all. Russell happily accepted this gift because he was very clear that Sui's gift to him, other than representing the deal between New Flyer and the Kanla Empire's navy, had a commemorative meaning. It was also to prove to him that New Flyer had a high level of technology when it came to making steel. Russell had seen iron that was as pleasantly surprised as this model before, but it was the only one that was this fine and hard. Russell believed that other than New Flyer, there wasn't a second company in the signs that could do this. Even the alloy used to make this model was only produced by New Flyer. This meant that even if the Kanla Empire's navy bought the guard ships from New Flyer, it would be very hard for them to imitate these guard ships and make them themselves. From this point of view, Sui giving him this gift was a hidden warning to Russell and the Kanla Empire's navy. The guard ships could only be bought from New Flyer, so if the Kanla Empire's navy wanted to continue making guard ships, they could only cooperate with New Flyer. Regarding this, Russell felt a bit of humiliation and anger in his heart. But the facts were like this, and he couldn't do a thing. Moreover, he was certain that with the high performance of the New Flyer guard ships, those fellows who had never seen them before wouldn't be able to find any reason to object once they saw them. So the Kanla Empire's navy would continue buying guard ships from New Flyer and obediently cooperate with New Flyer. Even if he felt a bit humiliated, Russell still believed in his heart that the Empire's navy had to accept this cooperation. Moreover, Russell even had a bit of expectation in his heart. If they followed the cooperation plan proposed by Sui, not only would New Flyer be able to achieve their goal, but the Empire's navy would also be able to gain a lot of benefits. According to Sui's words, this was called win-win. What a good activity where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's official account, add a friend on WeChat, add a public account, type Kdred, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow Kdred's official account on WeChat. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.